Hi guys, and welcome back to PJ Maybe's Let's Talk Geeky. I'm just getting things set up, and we will be joined by Jim the Viking, and hopefully all goes well. So as you can imagine, it's been a wee bit busy week. We've discussed Wheel of Time on Wednesday, and we are looking at discussing Wheel of Time when it comes out. So stay tuned for that. And we will have Jim with us shortly. We are running a wee bit late because I'm not saying that I forgot, but I was literally watching Community, so I got a wee bit tied up. It just basically dragged me in. So my fault. Apologies for lateness. So this week, what's been happening? Been watching a couple of good movies, which I'm surprised I enjoyed them. Nobody. It's all good, man, as we say. It's basically a really good movie. It's like a cheaper version of John Wick. He's an auditor and he gets dragged back in when he doesn't want to. But unlike John Wick, you see him getting beat up, stabbed, everything, and it basically looks as if it affects him. He's a family man whose family actually listen to him when he asks them to go out the way, so out of harm's way, and it does. So I would recommend Nobody. I was surprised at it. I wasn't expecting it to be good. I was recommended to watch it. I'm thinking about doing a review of it, but when it comes down to it, I don't really. It's not good enough to be a review. Hi, Jim. Thank you for joining us.
Apologies for being late. It was not intentional.
Well, as I said, I'm running a bit late because I got caught up watching Community. I was watching the lava episode and the 3 paintball episodes, and I quite enjoy them. So fun. But when Wendy and Darren are out and about today, so they'll not be joining us. They'll hopefully they maybe join the stream. Hi, Big T Moore. Thanks for joining us, guys. And what's been happening with you, Jim? What's been happening with you this week? Watching anything fun?
Unfortunately, not watching anything fun because I've been focusing on getting a project or 2 projects done, and one of them is a starter kit of Warhammer 40,000.
What army?
I can really not tell you because I'm literally getting back into it. But it's basically the starter kit, the starter paints, all of the user stuff. I will show that a little bit later on, but it's literally I have just unwrapped it.
Yeah.
The second project is I'm building the Flying Dutchman.
Yes, I remember you mentioning that the last time you were looking at doing that.
Yes. So it's not a project.
There's Mrs. Maybe. Hi, wife. She's popped in.
So the lady is watching in this evening.
She pops in for 5 minutes just to say hi.
Well, she's welcome for the 5 minutes. But yes, so I managed to assemble a few things. I will showcase it later. It was a lot bigger than I thought it was because I was thinking of being able to put it here, but it is way too big.
Excellent. I need to see that. Can't wait to see it when it's finished. I've been down to a new shop down my area, Forgotten World. They do a lot of Japanese figures and they do a lot of games, old classic games. They've even got some arcade games as well. So they do some really figures.
Mine is still loaded.
I've still got some here, but I will actually have another bottle by the time. So I'm just laughing at the chat. Yeah, she puts up with me, so yes, definitely a legend. But no, I got a couple of bits and pieces from there. It's the only trip I've been out. I did a wee quick into one charity shop and only picked up one DVD. So I did.
Oh,
So just
I
one.
had the worst week when it came to do the charity shop rating because it was raining, it was miserable, so it wasn't really conducive to like go out and grab stuff. But I did manage to pick up a nice 5 items, which I will showcase even
Excellent.
later on.
Superb. Looking forward to that. I've been reading. I've obviously going through my. Right, hold on a wee second. That's my Iron Brew just came in. Thank you.
There we go. You're fully loaded.
Yeah, because I've been listening to the Great Hunt, the second book, I think I'm becoming a bit more skeptical. So
All right. You see, I've re-listened to them because we had an amazing discussion, and you brought out concepts and ideas, and I was thinking, hang on, I think that came book by might have been book 2 or book 4, and I suddenly started getting confused. So I've actually got back into the books
yeah, well,
myself.
the Great Hunt is basically, it does mention this Shunshan coming in at Toman Head in book 2. And I remember the end of book 2 now with the Horn of Valir being blown.
Yes.
And that's against the Shunshan. So, but just been, because I've been re-listening to it, and I think it's maybe 2021 has actually made me a lot more skeptical. I'm actually seeing parallels. So you've got the dark one, the Trollocs, and the Fades,
Yeah.
communist China. You've got the White Cloaks who class themselves as protecting people from the dark. Your modern police force, you can't tell the difference between the criminals and
Well,
the
I'm hearing such crazy stuff coming out of
yeah,
Australia, going like
exactly. And then you've got the Shanshan. People people who believe they're coming in to help you, to prepare you, and all they're doing is crushing you, is effectively modern America, the government in America. Then you've got the Aes Sedai, the manipulative ones that sit at the heart of all thrones, modern governments,
yes.
global governments. Yeah, I mean, so I think I've become a bit more skeptical, and I've realised the more I've read it, the older I get, is you've got the children of the light in the book. These are meant to be the good guys. They think themselves the good guys because they're the children of the light, which means they're fighting the dark friends. But they do things that the dark friends would do. So what's the difference? So you're going to die if a dark friend gets you, but you're going to die if the children of the light gets you. So because they'll not believe that you're good, so they'll just actually, either way, you die, or the Shanshan get you, and because you don't believe in what they believe, you're dead anyway. Then you've got the Trollocs. Yeah, you're dead anyway because you're not one of them. You've got the Aiel. They'll tolerate you if you're part of certain groups. Otherwise, you're dead.
I would say that the Aiels are the slightly more forgiving ones, but then
But
again,
no, they
are
only
very brutal.
they only put up with certain groups. So Tinkers can enter the waste. The Aes Sedai, so there's limited. Anybody else more likely die. So certain groups, they are. So it's just a case of, I think I'm just getting a bit more skeptical because of, as I get older, things actually become a bit more clear. And that's the problem, is I see now, I think Robert Jordan was a bit more of a soothsayer than anything else, because the way the world's going just now, the Wheel of Time actually sort of puts it that way. You've got a couple of people who are needed to save it, but they're basically
30 years
constantly
ago.
hunted. So you could have the occasional couple of good guys out there trying to help, and the rest of the world is just trying to hunt them and destroy them.
But still, the beginning of the Wheel of Time was what
Oh,
published
the
about
first
30
book,
years ago.
yeah, 1994, I think. Aye, so
26, 25, 26 years ago.
aye, I'm sure it's actually just 94, but yeah, the great hunt. Yes, but yeah, that's book 2 of the Wheel of Time, and I still think the first 3 books are the best 3. The next 2 after that, the first 5, I could leave it after 5. The parts in it I don't like, the parts in it I didn't like from the beginning are just highlighted more. I've got less tolerance for something like that. Like, for instance, some in the Red Adger who do things that the Black Adger would do. So what's the difference? So to me, I see them all the same. So it doesn't matter if somebody says, but I'm good. You can say you're good all you want. Your actions do it. What does that sound like? SJWs nowadays, eh? I'm good. I'm the good guy. But I'll destroy anybody that agree with me, and I'll make sure they can't work. So it's, I think I'm just getting a bit more skeptical, and 2020, 2021 hasn't helped because it's made things just coalesce.
It's a bad hunch I have, because this isn't the first or the only story that I've read that has groups and classifications and people, or whatever it is, in like colors, whatever it is. I have a feeling that the TV show is going to model red, black, blue, green, brown, yellow. They're going to model them, and there's going to be no distinction between the groups, because they're just going to go, oh, we only have 45 minutes to tell a story. But
no,
that's not true.
You look at the trailer. The trailer, I was surprised I liked. The only couple of criticism were minor. The one that played Maureen, she was slightly taller than I would like, because standing next to Lan, Lan doesn't tower over her. If she was slightly smaller stature, it would look more, because you want to underestimate her because of her small stature, but also the way she dresses. She dresses too casually. Whereas Maureen, you want her to, because you want people to underestimate how powerful she is.
Well, she should look like a perfect queen walking into the Two Rivers.
Exactly.
It's like, this is too expensive to be here. But we give the actress or actor, because SJW times and everything.
I don't care.
Well, whatever actresses. But she does have this timeless beauty about her.
She does. She does have that, and I must admit, that's what I'm saying. They were nitpicks. Their clothes. She just didn't look regal enough. I think all these.
That's what I said when we had a stream on Wednesday.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. With
Rand and Perrin and Matt, they look too well dressed.
Well, see, I think I could understand they were clean, but the fact is they did look casual. They looked more casual, so more workmanly. But I can understand why they didn't want to actually, because it's been going to be filmed over months and months. They didn't want to actually try and get it so they looked constantly worn to the point about falling off. But there may be poor farmers. Doesn't mean they're dirty farmers, and their traveling clothes, yes, can look. But that, to me, that part, that is the only issue I had with the clothes was Maureen didn't look regal enough, and that's what it was. She just looked like any other part of the member of the party, and I think that's where it should. Whereas Lan, his outfit, he should have had more armor.
He wasn't really described with armor. It was more the
I
way
bet
he was
even leather.
menacing and
Yes, but
standing.
a leather armor rather than just it looked like he was just wearing brown material. It still looked good, but I think it needed because you look at the first book icon, right? The first book made him. It was a knight. The descriptions in it was almost, even though he changed his cloak, he still had armor underneath. It might not have been. It would have been like leather armor or scale armor. Tisk, Captain.
What kind of
Okay.
But I will give you later on. Try to remember to remind me, because there is one other thing from a production company. And yes, I met them. They're lovely people. All of that. They made a second show off of a really successful social media, like they posted on YouTube. They did well in that one, but in the new one, the costume department, it was like this literally comes from a 1980s detergent commercial.
Yeah.
And that's the issue I have with it. It's not the cut of the clothes, it's not the framing, but they should have been a little bit more wear and tear, not
Yes, I can
literally
understand
pulled
that.
off the rack. And
Yeah.
that's what breaks my immersion, because a book describes so perfectly well that, okay, these are down on the luck, they have literally nothing to play with, and the goal or the aim
Yeah.
is to get more.
I think the reason why I'm a bit more forgiving with that is classic Doctor Who. You look at a lot of the monsters in classic Doctor Who, they are basically very proppy. The giant spiders or the Zarbi, things like that. So I'm more forgiving in how the clothes look. Yes, they've put them on. They've not actually made them a bit grubbier to make them look more travel worn. I can forgive that. However, putting someone in a brown Jedi outfit, shall we say, rather than either chainmail or plate or leather armor is a bit less to forgive, or like making someone look like part of the crowd rather than look like a queen is less forgiving, because it's like turning around and saying, right, this guy's coming on and he's a knight. Well, he's actually wearing a pair of briefs. How can you say he's a knight? Just because you say he's a knight doesn't make him a knight. You need to look the part as well. Lan doesn't. I'm going to show the intro. Right, this intro I made, there's a couple of things in it I'm hoping you'll pick up. I'm hoping people will pick up. Let's see if they can.
Bring it on. Let's see what we got.
To be a wee bit subtle, right? So this is what I'm thinking about if I'm going to review the Wheel of Time, which, considering I was expecting it to be bad with minor nitpicks on it, I thought it was a really good trailer.
Overall, I have hope.
Yeah. So overall,
it's
I've got a lot more hope after seeing the trailer than I did before I saw the trailer, based on the things that happens. But I'll put, right, here's the Wheel of Time. So see if you notice anything. I've tried to be a wee bit sly. Here it's here. So that's my intro I'm thinking about for if I do the trailer. I do the review. So I created it. I was just messing around with it. So there was wee bits and pieces in there. I don't know if anybody would notice it.
Well, you see, the one thing I picked out on, and it is Rand, and Rand really do stand out because he's taller than everybody else because he's naive,
Yeah,
but also he's standing and holding the sword.
yeah.
That's part of a dance.
Yes, but those pictures are all the books from the prequel right through to the 14 books. That's so those pictures are all from all the book covers.
Yes.
Did you notice the phrase, the saying?
Well, do you mean the historical? Well,
The
was
Wheel
it
of Time
circle?
turns and myth come to legend. Did you notice that?
Yes.
Did you notice the subtlety in it?
I'm probably sure I missed it, but I'm very
Let's
familiar
put it
with
this
the
way:
whole.
there were 6 lines of text, or
Oh,
there was 6.
I was watching the visuals more than I was reading the text, to be honest.
It's the visuals on the text as well.
I might have to rewatch that one.
Right, let's rewatch it again and see if you pick up the visuals on the text. Right,
Now you're putting up a challenge here.
here you go. I'll give you a clue. Except the words like, share, and subscribe, the rest of text in that has meaning.
Okay, I absolutely missed that because I already like, share, and subscribe your stuff, as you well know. but it was me looking, trying to find the details, and then just going, I've read these books, I know what they're about. And for me, it's more, I see a stance. I see the people like I believe it's the first one you have. It's what you say. It's Lan really towering over Moraine.
Yeah.
Moraine looks like a child next
Yeah.
to her.
So I'm going to share it so we can actually see where we're talking about it. Right. So that's the thing there, but that's the first. Right. That's the prequel. That's the prequel cover.
Big T has a mention in the chat, by the way.
But look at Ran. Sorry, look at Lan and look at Moiraine.
Yes, that's what I said. She looks like a child, and there's also the fact that she's going medieval, even feudal. She's riding side saddle.
Yes, but even the fact is the horse difference and stuff like that. So if the two of them were riding the same hat or standing next to each other, you would expect. I'm just trying to find. That's L'Oreal. That's. I'm trying to find one with Rand again. With Moiraine. Actually, the very first one, the prequel. Right, that's the prequel. There, she's there, and there is Lan there.
Yes.
Look at they're still. He would tower over her, but even then, she's a classy lady. She looks the part. You see what I mean? But anyway, that's just the clothing. Right. So this is the parts I was talking about. Right. See if you notice it. So the wheel of time turns. The ages come and pass, leaving memories that become legend. Legends fade to myth, and even myths are as long forgotten when the age that gave them birth comes again. The Wheel of Time by Robert Jordan. Right.
I will say I do like that, and
It took me a
there
while
is
to
even a
actually
little
put
bit
it
of
all
play
together.
on it because by the time you reach end of the Great Hunt, when the Horn of Valer is blown,
Mm-hmm.
and are they really dead heroes or are they forgotten heroes? I can't really distinguish because it's kind of confusing. But they ride up next to Rand and just tells him, "Hey, Lewis, it's you again." And Rand is going, "No, it's not him. Oh, it's just you, but in a different form."
Yeah. It's just I was laughing at Big T more. Needs to be a bit slower. I did notice an Ewok in the trees.
Oh, well, I did not see that, but
I will.
it would not surprise me because it
But
did come out after Star Wars.
yeah. But right, did you notice the subtlety in it? I try to be subtle. I thought I was a wee bit too much because it did at points make the text difficult to read.
It did. You probably need a clear, more uniform text to go across because the colors are
Yes,
so
the
vibrant.
text is all the same font. It's just the colours. Like, for instance, the Wheel of Time turns.
Yeah, so on this one, it looks perfect. There's
Yeah,
no issue
because it's
reading. I would
white.
do, however,
Because
drop
it's
shadow
white.
on it if I did.
Because it's white text. The second part, the ages come and pass,
Yeah.
is grey text.
Yeah, you see that blends in a little bit into the pillars.
Yeah, it's because it's grey text. Then you've got the next part, leaving memories.
Yeah,
That
you
becomes
see
red.
that the red is blending into like the chaos in the back.
Yes, so you've got the red. Right, hold on. Get that out of the way. And then you've got green.
Yeah, it doesn't work well.
It doesn't pop out too much. Yeah,
Disappears in the background.
which then you've got yellow, which is okay there, but Mets is there.
Yeah,
Then you have got brown, right, which is no great. Then you have blue and black.
you see, if you still have whatever program it is that you did this in,
I can re-edit it. Don't worry. It's just that
it,
I tried to be a bit subtle because I wanted 8 colours.
yes, the
Eight,
colors of the
eight,
Aja.
yes, that's what I tried to be a bit subtle and actually not, because initially I had it all in white, and it just didn't actually. I just didn't jump out. So I wanted to make it like that, but I knew it blends. So what I'm thinking about is doing.
And I would say that the colors are perfectly fine, but
I
you
think
need
I'll
to
need to put
play
a
with the
barrier.
drop shadow.
No,
So
see the white shadow, but I've tried it without the shadow. I've tried it with a black shadow, and I've tried it with a white shadow.
but you see, you can have colored shadows as well.
Yes, I've tried different colours, and it just doesn't match well because you can either for what I wanted, you could only have black or white because it's either light or dark. It's either the sign of the Aes Sedai. So you've got the Tear of Tarvalin or the Dragon's Fang, which is the black and white symbol of Tarvalin. So that's what I'm saying.
What if you
Black and white.
extend the distance of the shadow?
You couldn't. That's the only thing I couldn't make the shadow any broader. It just would not work. I could actually do it, and then actually input it as an image, but there's so much editing you have to do with this app that you would have to actually make them all overlays and then actually make sure you've removed the background from all the images with the larger font. So you can make it externally and then import it, but you have to actually remove the background, which is another 2 or 3 steps.
And the rendering time is painful. But
Yeah.
if they won't allow different colors, what I would do is do a double layer and just move the layer like one step to the side, like one down or one back.
Now that's a good idea. See, Mrs. Maybe actually is a very good orator. She basically, as part of her job, she does speeches. So that's actually a very good. I might actually talk her into that, and then that way I can take all the text out and just have her saying it over the top of it. That's actually a really good idea. I'll need to speak to my wife.
Just so you know, Big T, we will be blaming you for the.
Yes, the divorce bill's coming your way. But no, so that was what I had been working on, because I'm planning to do a Wheel of Time discussion after each episode. So that was just in effect, it was a second attempt. I did the first attempt. It was okay, but I just felt as if it needed a wee bit of change. But all the pictures in it are the first books, all the books from the prequel, A New Spring, right up until the final one, A Memory of Light. And then there's obviously the last part is the symbol of the Aes Sedai, or the Wheel of Time, the Great Serpent. So that's
you see the symbol of the Aes Sedai is the thing that confuses me the most, because it's mixed between, this is Asian mythology, which people seem to ascribe it to, but I'm just going.
No, do you know why it's the symbol of the Aes Sedai is this the snake eating its own? You've got the Wheel of Time, right? And the snake represents infinite time.
Loop.
Yeah, so it's an infinite loop.
It comes from Viking mythology as well.
Yeah, it's the Ouroboros. So it is. Or Ouroboros, as they say in Red Dwarf. But that's that's where it represents. So that's what they're using it. But then again, you look at the books, you've got Japanese mythology in it.
Yeah.
You've got Arabic mythology in it. You have got Norse mythology in it. You have got medieval mythology in it. There's something represented. There's a multitude of things. So, like with the Aiel, you could say it's a lot. There's a lot of Arabic influences. The Shongshan, a lot of Japanese influences. You've got the Sea Folk. That is a Barbary Coast, more Caribbean influence. Then you've got the north border, the Bordermen. Basically, that is medieval knights. So you've got in different ones. Tyr is more medieval, is more Renaissance Europe and things like that. So you've got along those lines. So I would say the Bordermen are more as a British mythology, whereas you've got Tyr would maybe be more an Italian Renaissance. And you've got Eliana, which are they're more bright, they're more, that's more of maybe, I'm trying to think, a Spanish, I would be more Spanish.
The fact that Robert Jordan clearly studied history, different cultures, the whole package, and he took small pieces from all of them, but it isn't clearly cut that when you say this is a Japanese culture, because
it's not. It's Japanese influence rather than a culture.
But you do see that in it. But when you scratch the surface just a little bit, you realize, okay, mainly Japanese foundation, but there is part of European. There's a part of.
But that's what I'm saying. He's taking cultural markers for certain things, which is the perfect way to do it. Because if it was all homogenized or all mixed, that you couldn't tell people apart.
Yeah.
It'd be like, it's like if you're going through medieval Europe, you would be able to see things like, oh well, he's a Norseman because fair hair, the sallow skin, you would see that's someone from Arabian, that's an African, that's an Oriental, and it's based on that. And it is, you wouldn't have everybody look the same or everybody in the same place looking every type, because that's not how genealogy, that word that I'm trying to think, genealogy works, because if people in the same area, in effect, they're all breeding. So in effect, it narrows out. So you've got a simple look for an area. You can't get around that. All the Scots are Peely Mally.
But it's even so. And I think it's something they're probably trying to aim it at the younger audience when they make the show.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not going to be a mystery that the Japanese turned out in South America and married a lady, and they had kids, and suddenly they looked like half. But this is proper medieval times. It takes Moraine Land weeks, several weeks to travel to the nearest big city. And there are dangers in between. So you're not going to be guaranteed that you can
See, I think
arrive.
what they're
So
going to, I
therefore,
think
you not really have this
Mhm.
southern group mixing with the northern group, because the space they have to travel to mix and meet, it wouldn't happen.
I think the first book's going to, the first season's going to be the first two books. I think that's where it's going to go. And I'm hoping they'll dial back on a lot of the intrigue, the backstabbing, the backbiting, and actually make it more a generic thing rather than say everybody's evil. Does it really matter what happens? Do you know what I mean?
You see, I think
Hi, Cam.
if it was me telling the story back, I would not introduce the politics so early. I
Yeah,
would try to keep it on the back burner for as long as possible. Moraine and Lan, they're here to help you.
yeah. See,
They
the thing is,
have
I agree
their
with that.
motives, but they're here to help you.
Yeah, and what I would do is see if someone is. If you want someone not to, you don't know if they're good or bad. They're very ambiguous, so they could turn either way, but they want to leave the audience thinking, "Oh, is she a dark friend or is she thingy?" Then you don't have them doing things that a dark friend does. You don't do it out in the open, even if it's a case of behind closed doors between two people, because as soon as somebody crosses that line, you can't say, well, they're doing it for the good. Because if you're doing something that is just as bad, it'd be like you went to the communists in the Second World War to get help to deal with the Nazis in the fascists in the Second World War. In effect, what the communists were doing during the Second World War was just as bad as what the fascists were doing. But in effect, you can't say they're the good guys because of what they were doing. Just because they were on your side doesn't make them the good guys. And if the road to hell is paved with good intention. And to me,
That is so true. And I will say, the more I've studied and learned about World War II, the more confusing it gets, because you had democracy, Western world, you had nationalistic socialism, uh, socialism, an offshoot of communism,
well,
but
it's two sides of the same
nationalistic
coin.
version of it, it's
Two of them are
powerful
socialism.
first, but then you had fascism coming in and combating that, because they thought you were completely wrong. Oddly enough, they ended up allies against the democracy. And at the backbone of that, you had communism, but communist people even went, sorry guys, you're a little bit too crazy. We're gonna come in with our tanks and everything because you attacked us first.
Yeah.
So
But that's what I'm saying.
it's our story when you really start picking the pieces apart.
So to me, the way I look at it is, right, there's a part in the book, there's one of the Red Adger. At the end of the story, near the end of the story, you realise, well, she's actually not black, but she's been taken over and she's been manipulated and threatened, and she can't get out of it because she realizes that the black are there, and then the black get hold of her, and there's nothing she can do. But see, up until that point, you don't know. You think she's black. So see,
It's Leandrin, isn't it?
yes. So by the time the Black Adger got her, I didn't care. It was an unimportant storyline, because if somebody's that evil, but they're doing it for good, don't care then. Whatever happens to them, happens to them, and I have got zero sympathy for that character. However, you had one who was a really good character, really helpful, turned out to be black. And see, when I found that out, I went, did not see that coming. And the reason behind it was very logic. Well, I wouldn't even say logical, because she wasn't in the White Adger. It wasn't even diplomatic, so she wasn't in the Grey Adger. It wasn't even to fight from the inside, because she wasn't even green. It wasn't because a man was doing it, so she wasn't red. And it wasn't to heal somebody, so she wasn't yellow. That leaves two other Adgers. The white and the brown, the blue and the brown. The blue, seekers of knowledge, which leaves the brown, seekers of history. And but who, can you remember who it was?
I believe she was part of the brown. If my memory serves me, she was brown.
She's just been introduced in book 2, so she is. She only got introduced in book 2, The Great Hunt. Right. First of all, Cam, she usually just pops in for 5 minutes. She may have already gone. She popped in plenty of time to actually hear me saying I've run out of iron brew and come in and brought me iron brew in. The old enemy of my enemy is my friend. Nah.
But
I would say enemy of my enemy is an ally until I get rid of the
enemy of my enemy may be my friend, but not as much of a friend as I would like them to be.
I've always disagreed with that analogy. I would say the enemy of my enemy is my ally, not my friend.
You see, this is where I think that the word ally is going wrong, especially seeing how the SDWs are misusing it today.
See the way people actually manipulate words. No, I just go back to the way I learned the words.
For me, an ally would be someone like you. Let's go and raid a Judge Dredd store. You would be my ally. But if I'm saying, and I know this is going to be wrong landing on you, but let's go and raid a Magic the Gathering shop, you would definitely be by my side, but I'm not certain that you would be my ally, because you would go, that's my booster pack. This is my booster pack. I'll have that pack.
Yeah.
You would not be my ally. You would have a common interest to get that area.
I would want to make sure my deck beats your deck. So yeah, I would be.
Yes, exactly. We may be friends walking in, but when we're walking out, these are my booster packs. You're not having them.
Yep. And Cam, yes, it is. It was from Sun Tzu's The Art of War. That's where that phrase comes from. But it's just that I've always had an issue with is my friend. No, I may ally with somebody, but it doesn't make it me friendly with them, because I know fine well if I turn my back on them, it's probably I'll get it in the back as well. So yeah, an ally rather than a friend. But yeah, it does come from Sun Tzu. But it's the same idea. It's just, but that's what I'm saying. I would like them to dial back the politics in it initially. Let that thing me, even just backdrop politics, because you had the Game of Thrones and it was all politics, and I just thought, who cares?
But
And
that's what Game of Thrones,
was
I
built
will
on.
say, unfortunately, did too early. They laid really heavily on the politics. You didn't even get to know the players as an outside viewer, because this is how you're supposed to be brought into the immersion and everything. You're
Yeah,
supposed to get invested in a certain type of character or some characters,
book
but
one
it was
for that.
politics.
Yeah, book one was perfect for that because they just introduced all the characters, the situations, and part of the world, the built world building. You heard the politics from afar.
Yeah,
that's what he did. Oh, they don't like Tarvalin. They don't like Tyr. They don't like them. They don't like them, because you heard about politics in afar. It wasn't brought in to the books, as in the characters having to deal with all the political intrigue.
yeah.
But the thing is, I would like them not to do is make somebody ambiguous. I would rather people think, oh, he stands in the light, than to be, oh dear God, no, he's a dark friend. Oh, didn't see that coming. Rather than, well, how can she be standing in the light considering what she's done in the past? That, sorry, they two do not. You can have somebody who pretends to be good to be an absolute evil bugger, but to the world they present as a good figure.
But someone I think
You look at
in my mind that describes it well is David and Lee Eddings in, I believe it's in Malorian.
I've
Wild
read the
of the
Bulgarian,
King.
but the Malorian I've only read once, and it was a long time ago.
Well, she's being persuaded by the Bear Cult, which is trying to basically be the evil people.
Yeah,
But she's getting, well, she's get caught. She gets caught by the, shall we say, the good people, saying, "Hey, this is not the good look. You're supposed to be the queen. You're supposed to have responsibilities." And they managed to build a good story around that. That she's fallen into bad company. And yes, they have the political sway, the political memes, the whole shebang, and they managed to do that whole thing of like she's falling into it, but they managed to take her back out of it.
yeah, true. I was just looking at that. Do you know where that reference comes from?
I would have said an ally of convenience is like Yahtzees in comics. Is that, are we the bad guys? Are we the bad? No, that's not.
Do you think the Webb and Mitchell and Webb? No, but do you know when I read that, I was reading it Star Trek Original.
Oh, which one?
Remember the one where the Pepperly? It's the Yahtzee and the commies, as in the Yankees and the comms, and they'd gone to another Earth, and it was only when Kirk picked up the book and actually read it properly, because none of them could read it, but they were just misremembering the words. So their pledge was, we are the people at, and it was basically just a mispronunciation, and it turned around, and they were called the Yanzies.
Yes.
And it was the Yanks and the commies, and it was we the people. It was the American Declaration of Independence. That's what that thing. But it's, yes, I know what he's talking about. Is Second World War. But that's what as soon as I read that, I was thinking Star Trek. So Cam, tell me if I'm wrong. Was that a Star Trek reference, or was it a World War II reference?
You see, now that you explained it, I'm actually seeing it differently. But whenever I hear on social media someone saying a Yahtzee, they basically mean the people that follow the guy with the really wonky mustache.
Yes. But that's what I'm saying. It's just when I was reading it, when I first saw it, I went, Star Trek, and then it's no, but it's obviously, It's obviously because you can't use proper words, because they go, oh, he's used that word, he must be bad. Doesn't matter if you're saying it in a negative or a positive way, they just automatically assume that word must be bad. So, but it's crazy. Anywho, I'm hoping they dial back the. To me, no matter what they do in the Wheel of Time, if they show somebody doing something nasty, like torturing persons or killing someone or using the power on them, see later on if they actually try and imply, but they're doing it under the light, they're actually fighting the Dark One, then sorry, that would not convince me, because it's the same when I'm reading the books. You get characters who do things that are meant to be, they're meant to be good, they're meant to be walking under the light, but they're doing things that are evil. So the Children of the Light, no, I could not get invested in them, even when the son, the stepson of.
But you see, for me, the Children of the Line was never, ever for me. I may misremember it, but for never, ever for me were they a good force. They were brutal. They were vicious. They were absolutely
but that's
horrendous.
what I'm
There
saying.
was
So
nothing redeemable about them.
Yes, there was nothing redeemable, but they were setting it up for, was it Galad to become the head of the Children of the Light for the final battle, because no matter what, he would do what was right, even if it's got somebody into trouble. So the bit when Rand falls into the palace, and the guy comes and says, there was this ruffian. He says, no, he wouldn't have said that. He would have told you exactly the truth. So they were setting him up to be complete and utterly truthful and honest, and someone who the Children of the Light are meant to represent all the good and things. So they were setting him up to be the leader, the is it Grand Marshal or Grand General or something like that of the Children of the Light. They were setting him up to do that. However, even by the time he became, then the Children of the Light was so irredeemable, I didn't care about them. Any part they were in, didn't care. So there was nothing compelling in the battles between the Seanchan and the Children of the Light. Didn't care. There was nothing compelling in a battle between the Children of the Light and the Aes Sedai. Didn't care. Nothing. Anything between the Children of the Light and the Aiel. Didn't care. And that's not a way to actually, if you're trying to build these ones up, you've got them to the point where you've made them so evil. What difference does it make if they all get killed? Because it doesn't matter. Because you've already said that these people are walking the light, but they do things that a dark friend wouldn't do. So they're no better. That's like turning around and saying, I'm a minister, but I'm quite happy to kill you, but I'm a minister. So you can't have somebody who's good and bad at the same time. They're either good or they're bad. And the grey, the ambiguous part, the only way to make it ambiguous is maybe hinting. But as soon as you see somebody doing something, then that takes it out. So you can have somebody says, oh yeah, it's like the Richard Sharp in the Sharp novels, right? In the Sharp novels, there's the rumours going round. You need to watch that Sharp because he got really annoyed at these dragoons. He actually found a French body and he cut the buttocks off it and gave it to them as pig meat just to laugh at them. And it's that type of thing. But you didn't see it. And anytime somebody mentions Sharp, he just laughs and says, rumours get around. But it's that type of thing. The rumours can get around. But as soon as you see somebody doing something that is not nice, shall we say, then you can actually turn around and say, but they're working for the light. They're actually just having to do these nasty things. Sorry. you can't have both. You can't have them good but doing evil. It's the same as you can't have evil but being good. It doesn't work that way. An evil person can do good, but it's usually for an ulterior motive. But you can't get a good person doing evil and then try to justify it.
Well, this is where I like the complexity of humanity, if you like.
Yeah.
I like the more darker stories where there is, say, an evil guy, say, waking up to understand that, hang on, what I'm doing, I'm murdering people, I'm shooting people, I'm hurting people, and going, maybe I'm doing something wrong. So if you take John Wick as an example, a- an extreme assassin, like your worst nightmare times 10
Yeah,
for
but he
even
never
the
saw he
worst
was
kind
doing
of
anything
people.
wrong.
But he's
He only
because
wanted out of
something
it
happened
because of
to
a
him,
woman.
he's rolling back and going, I want to stop doing this. But he's
Yeah, but
getting
it
pulled
wasn't
back in.
because I'm doing bad. It's because I want out because I found a woman. It wasn't a case of he suddenly got a conscience. It's because he
I
had
would
he
say
got a life.
ladies, despite the flaws they may have, I'm not accusing any woman, by the way, but
It's because
ladies tends
he
to
had
bring
a
the
life.
best out in boys.
Yeah, but I'm saying in John Wick, he got himself a life out with it, and he wanted that.
Yes,
It's
yes.
like if you watch Nobody,
Not yet, but I've heard
think
what
of
you said. I've seen the drinkers review of it, and
well, I
as soon
watched
as
it
it's on the
because
cinema in my village, I will go and
some
see it.
somebody recommended it to me, and I thought, think about John Wick, however, slightly more realistic, as in the guy who's the John Wick role, the nobody role. It's so good, man. As far as I'm aware, it's the guy who was in Breaking Bad. I didn't like Breaking Bad, but the only character I liked in it was Saul Goodman. And he took his name Saul Goodman because he would say, "It's all good, man." Saul Goodman. So the guy who played Saul, as far as I understand, is the guy who plays nobody. So he's an older guy, and he does get beat up. You see him you see all the cuts and all that over his face. He gets stabbed, and he's literally he gets thrown out a window. He doesn't. It's not like so. Was it the critical drinker or somebody had said that the big difference between the battle and nobody, the bus battle and nobody, and the bus battle in Shanxi is you could see the blood all over the bus after the battle and nobody. So you get a guy with no teeth and his blood coming out his mouth. You get a guy getting stabbed in the leg, and you get the guy who's the antagonist. He's all cuts and bruises, and he gets stabbed, and there's blood everywhere. Whereas in Shanxi, he's beating them all up, and none of them have even got a bruise.
Well, that's the feeling I got from John Wick. It's like he's playing Neo from the Matrix. He's so perfectly, flawlessly executing every single move. He can see any blow coming in. He can deflect it. He never gets hurt, even a little. Well, he does get hurt, but uh, most of the battles, which is what I like about the trailer about Nobody, and what I've seen and heard for the recommendation is, yeah, okay, you got stabbed. This was an insignificant battle. It wasn't even the boss battle or the main battle or anything. That's what I loved about boss level. Holy crap, this guy gets hurt quite a lot. He even describes it as like the worst thing about fighting someone with a sword. It hurts going in and going out.
Yeah. But nobody I quite enjoyed. I was surprised I enjoyed it. Not as good as boss level. It's nowhere near it. It's an okay to good movie rather than a good to fantastic movie like boss level was.
Yeah.
Which is the one Big Timor suggested. So I did like that one. That's it.
Well done on
But
your
they
big
killed
team.
the dog.
But I will say boss level for me is the surprise of this year so far.
Yeah. Well, nobody was on Amazon. That was the only reason I actually watched it. It was on Amazon. So
Even so, I do have so many subscription, but I have unfortunately baked into my Sky package subscription, which gives me broadband, TV, and everything. I have um, Disney Plus within it. I haven't used it. There is nothing that I have been enticed about that Disney has put out for a long time. The only
yeah, I
reason
know.
I have it is because I keep rewatching the older shows that they have bought up or claimed the rights to.
Eh,
But for me,
I love
the Chase
I've
to
got a
Witch
lot of the old
Mountain,
Disney classics. I quite agree with that. The old Disney stuff is fantastic.
yeah,
I've got them.
the Chase to Witch Mountain, which is an older one,
Hmm.
60s, maybe early 70s, but there's a new one with The Rock. And
Jungle Cruise.
well, even so, the one with The Rock, the race or chase to Witch Mountain, whatever it's called, it's okay, but it's not what I grew up on when it came to
Yeah,
Disney because they
it's,
had so many amazing
they did.
stories.
Pete's Dragon, the original Pete's Dragon. I've watched both of them. The original far superior than the crappy remake. The Lion King, the original, far superior than the almost shot for shot remake in a live action, but they didn't have this. I think there was only one song in it. The rest of the stuff, and it's to me is crap. If you're going to have to, it's like the remake of Psycho, shot for shot remake. Why? In effect, what you're saying is, I've got no talent. I'll just copy somebody else, but I'll make it in color, or I'll use different actresses. Hi, not
Welcome
Brian.
to the show, not Brian Young.
Yeah, but it's that type of thing. So when you're getting all these creatives, it's the same as that. Yes Man, have you seen that? No, Yes Man. Free Guy.
No, that's another new one, and
That's
I've
okay.
heard positive
It's
things
nothing
about it.
fantastic. It's nothing fantastic. It's entertaining.
But that's what I want from my shows. I want to be entertained. I want to be taken out of my day-to-day life.
Mhm.
I get to hear tons of bad crap, people doing X, Y, Z, A, B, C to each other. I want to be able to come home, turn on my home cinema system, which I've actually invested a fair amount of money into. So I have a massive projector screen, good sound system, the whole thing. I want to turn something on that isn't just like smacking everything down back on me that I've been dealing with throughout the day.
Mhm.
I want to enjoy it. This is why I'm restarted collecting DVDs because the streaming services, I can't rely on them anymore because I
Aye,
know
'cause
they're editing out because current politics. Today,
yeah,
politics says 2 days ago that was a bad thing to say. 2 days ago it was okay.
yeah.
I want
But
to
that's
see
what I'm
what
saying.
they told me. The director, the storyteller, even the actors.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I think to bring it into a very different track here is if you look at a such a simple film as Tango and Cash, you
yeah.
have action heroes, expected action heroes, but they are completely different.
Yes.
And
And
that's what makes the story really, really work. They have two different agendas, but they understand that even though they are going apart, they still have to work together because they still want similar things at the end of the line.
mhm.
It's a bit of politics, yes, that's true, but it isn't like, oh, you're a middle-aged white man, you can't do this. So, why not? I've been doing it for about the last 35 years of my life.
Mhm. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's entertaining, Free Guy. It is an entertaining, but it's not a great movie. It's a good movie. But the thing is, the one thing I noticed in it is that the actor, director, whatever he is, Taika Waititi, he's in it. And do you know what? Do you know what it reminds me of? Jack Nicholson basically plays himself in every movie. So yeah, he plays an asshole in it. And anytime I've heard that, I've seen him on Twitter or whatever, it's the exact same as his characters he's ever plays. He always plays these. I've got the power, and I'm going to actually take it, and I'm going to do this, and because it's mine, and all this, and I'm just sitting there thinking, he's not acting. That's exactly how he talks on any of these shows. I'm this, I'm that. I should be doing this, and people shouldn't criticize me because I'm doing that and this. And yet, in the TV, in the movie, he plays this guy who's stolen somebody else's idea, and I'm sitting there thinking, yep, that sounds about right for Hollywood and their directors. They'll just steal anybody's ideas and get away with it. However, he's effectively plays himself, and that's the thing I came away with. Not the fact that Ryan Reynolds played a very good part, and the guy who was his best friend was really good. The girl was his crush, and the ones outside, there's bits and pieces that just didn't make sense, but the two NPCs, the guy and his the security guard pal, the two of them were good. And even Dude was good, and you only saw him at the last 5 minutes or so.
You see, I was going to watch, once this stream was over, one of my pickups for this week, because I was constantly laughing through it. But when you just brought it into my mind, there are actors that are just themselves.
Yes.
Jack Black is a perfect one. Jack Black is
Jack
always
Black,
Jack Black.
Jack Nicholson, and that type of...
Exactly. But for me, it's not the new discovery, but he's been surprising in the way that he can shape and make and appear as a different character, even though he looks the same, his mannerism is the same. I hope his name, I get his name right. It's Mark Strong, I believe, and it's in Kingsman 2 that he really comes to life.
The young guy, the one that played.
It's the bald guy, the backup support guy with the
Oh yeah, I know him. He's really good. I like him. I've seen him in a good few things. I didn't know his name, but yeah, and he is really good because he can play the goofball. He can play the really tough guy. He can play the smart behind the scenes guy. He can play a lot of different. He has played a lot of different types, and I think he can get away with it because he's good at his craft. Whereas you ones like Jack Black and Jack Nicholson, they say they're good at their craft. No, I actually don't see them as good at their craft. All I can see is they don't act; they just play themselves. Don't like.
I had to double check Jack Nicholson, but
I don't like Tom Cruise, but at least he acts, and he does.
I like Tom Cruise because if you want proper action film, as in like boom, things blow up, and someone is absolutely in the middle of the action, Tom Cruise. There is no one more in that than he is. He really likes to no body double, no nothing.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what I'm saying. I don't like him as an actor, but I appreciate his movies because he does put that in it. But he can act. So you pick Rain Man, then you pick Live, Die, Repeat, you pick in Mission Impossible. They're different characters.
Yes.
They're not just the same character, just in a different outfit. Whereas Jack Nicholson, you look at anything, anger management, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, he's playing himself. It doesn't seem to actually be playing a part. Yeah, you've got characters who have got certain mannerisms. John Wayne. You look at the Kentuckian, or you look at Alamo, or you look at Rio Bravo. It's a very similar character. Or you look at the Sands of Iwo and stuff like that. Or he plays. He's got a very similar acting style throughout, but he doesn't actually come across as just playing himself. He played Genghis Khan, for Christ's sake.
But do you see, he did have more of that gravitas. So even though it was a lot of himself, he understood how to break small pieces apart to not be himself too much. But there are so many actors today that you see them in one show and you see them in another show, and it's like, I can't tell these two people apart. But wow, I saw it this week, and I can't remember the name now. It has Ray from Star Wars: The Force Awakens, blah blah blah, blah that nonsense. But in this one, she's blonde. She's a little bit flaky, but she's still capable. And I had to struggle to just like, when I like watched back up on the screen, it's like, oh yes, that's her.
Mm-hmm.
So she did a really good job. Different look, different outfit, different kind of character having to try and play. She wasn't the strongest, but she was definitely one of the capable ones. She was nothing like it was a flaw to her, but she was not like the supreme super god that she was in the Force Awakens and all that.
Yeah, I can't remember that. I think I know what one you're talking about. I remember sort of remembering being blonde, but somebody in the chat will mention it. But Al Pacino as well. Not a big Al Pacino fan, but Heat is a good movie. And
He
it's
has quite a lot of
yes,
good
and it
movies. I will say that.
Big Team basically doesn't have Disney Plus, neither do I, but I've got a lot of old Disney classics. I don't have The Rocketeer, but I've got Black Hole and The Three Musketeers. I've got a lot of their animated stuff as well.
I love The Three Musketeers. The Cheapness, what is it? Oliver Platt,
Oliver Reed.
Keith Sutherland. Keith Sutherland.
Am I thinking of the other
93 ones? But for me, it's mainly.
Oh, yes, that was actually with Keith Sutherland. You're right. I'm thinking of the older ones. I'm thinking of the older ones. They're not Disney. That was the one with Oliver Reed, Michael York, Dr. Kildare. What was his name?
No. So if you had picked the one, I believe Big Timor is mentioning here is the one that has Charlie Sheen in it. But
yeah,
even though he actually managed to be funny for once in film, for me it's the maiden or the handmaiden to the princess or whatever it is. That's an absolutely gorgeous lady, and she actually not just like, oh, I'm pretty, look at me. This is like, oh, so you're D'Artagnan. Should do better next time. She actually isn't too condescending, but she actually has attitude and character herself. Even though she's like in the film for like 1 minute, 2 seconds total. That's her entire character presence, but she brings presence to it. And she does it really, really well.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing. I was thinking of the old classic one when I was thinking the Three Musketeers. What do you call them? Oliver Reed and Michael York. The one that played Dr. Kildare, I can't even remember his name. Richard something or other.
That's really. Not move on. I know who he is, but with this, like, I'm gonna go.
Yeah,
but
You can't forget Tim Curry. All for one and more for me.
I so love Tim Curry. And
Tim Curry is
I've actually seen Tim Curry live on theater doing the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
I've not seen it live.
That was probably the best theater.
I think I've got the DVD in there somewhere. But I think Tim Curry is just superb. Even in duds like Clueless. It was meant to be very like Clue. It was basically you had a Peter Falk character, you had a Miss Marple character, and all that, and they were all trying to solve the crimes. And Tim Curry was in that. It wasn't a great. The idea was good because they did about 4 different endings, and it depends where you saw the movie. Depends what ending you saw. So,
but you see, this is something I really love when actors come out to really play. It may be
come out to play. Sorry,
yes,
I was watching Warriors earlier on.
but even so, it may be the worst film you've ever seen, but the acting, the character, the performance, the delivery by a single individual, here you go, it's like, I will give this the worst rating on Rotten Tomatoes ever, but I will rewatch this just because how good they made that role.
But that's what I'm saying. A movie that is not a good movie can still be so much fun, so enjoyable. Just be the people in it, like Tim Curry, and he's in Peter Falk. He was in Clue as well, playing his Columbo character, but he didn't play Columbo, but he played a Columbo character. You had, there was just so many, and it was just entertaining. It wasn't a great movie if you're looking at for a story or something like that. It's no, but they were playing it for fun. It's the same as Mouse Hunt with Lee Evans.
Mouse
Hunt.
Is that the one with Christopher Walken? And what's the other comedian? Very round face. They're in the producers.
I know what one you're talking about. I'm trying to think.
Because I was laughing my butt off.
That's
but
the one.
It wasn't a good film.
And they're trying to get rid of that mouse, and they end up destroying the house.
Yes, that's the one.
The premise of that is just so.
The characters were amazing.
Yeah, it's just such a corny idea, but it was played for fun, and that's exactly what it was. It's the same as Money Pit with Tom Hanks and Shirley Long.
Oh yeah.
The idea of it is they bought a house and they have to stay in it while it's getting built, but they're keep putting it off, and you're sitting there thinking, how can that sound interesting? But it was fun. I suppose it's the same as like the first Home Alone was fun. The idea that he gets left and nobody notices until they're out of the and
it's such amazing. But what is it Joe Pesci? No, it's not Joe Pesci. It's but the two bad guys really carries the film because
that was Joe Pesci. That's Joe Pesci.
Yeah, that's
he plays such. Look at him as an actor. He can play a character. You look at him and go, "Oh, for feck's sake!" Goodfellas. He's a psycho in it. My Cousin Vinny. You're sitting there thinking, is he a gangster? Is he a lawyer? And it's so funny. Then you've got, isn't it Joe Pesci, is it? It's not. For some reason I had Joe Pesci, but it's no Joe Pesci. The guy, that's really annoying me, who played in it.
I'll give you a couple of seconds. Allow me a quick bio break because the Iron Brew is running right through me.
Yeah, no problem. I'm just going to actually just check before anybody else actually gives me the information. I better go and check it. So, who played in Home Alone? Right, let's see who was in Home Alone with Macaulay Culkin. Joe Pesci. It was Joe Pesci. I was right. Jesus Christ! It just goes to show how good an actor he is. That you're sitting there thinking it definitely was him, but there's so many differences. You're sitting there thinking, was it him? Because it's not like he played the same part and everything. My Cousin Vinny, Goodfellas, Home Alone, 3 different types of characters, and each one was just so unique. You look at even, oh God, what's it called? Mel Gibson and Danny Glover, Lethal Weapon. Look at the character he played there as well. He was just so good. Joe Pesci's, I must admit, one of my favourites. He is just so good. I'm not keen on his evil type characters, but it's almost like Steve Martin. Remember Steve Martin won in the one with about the gangsters, where he gets relocation, and it's oh my God! See today, all these names just keep disappearing. Rick Moranis is in it, playing the FBI agent. That is another one. It just goes to show Steve Martin can play the goofball in so many different ways. But there is some movies where Steve Martin plays the serious guy, and he's actually really good in it as well, because you're expecting the zaniness. It's the same. There is a movie. It's actually about. It's not Laurel and Hardy. Who is it? It's a movie about a comedy duo, and it's played by 2. Actually, it's just a generic comedy duo, but it's played by 2 classic comedians, and it's about the end of their life, and they're talking about their showbiz career while they're actually just doing wee cheap theatres just to make money because they're using their names. And that's the thing. You've got so well-known actors playing things that you were expecting them, because it's about a comedy duo and it's these 2 comic actors. You were expecting a funny film, but it was just so well acted and insightful that it was a sad portrayal of, basically, look, we're on top of the game. 10 years later, they're at the bottom, just living on their old hype. People going, oh, I used to remember them. Well, let's go and see. They've no changed much. It's the same material. And it's that type of thing. So it was all about how these big name comedians had effectively just disappeared from the limelight, and they were still doing the same old routines. And it was just, it from the on the stage, they were still doing their funny stuff, but very few people found it as humorous because times had moved on, but they were still going to see them because of their names and remembering them from when they were kids. But from the back end of the story, it's about these 2 guys having to live their life in the limelight when they were actually right up there under the spotlight. And it's a case of their declining years. They're just doing what they can to survive because they've got no money, and this is the only thing they can do. They can't just retire and just go and sign a few autographs or people who like them. They have to work, but they're just not bringing in the audience. So programs like that, I think, and I'll need to actually dig out that movie. I'm sure it was based on the life of a few of the old vaudeville acts, or like Laurel and Hardy and Abbott and Costello and stuff like that. It wasn't their thing. It wasn't their life. It was based on theirs. I'm just talking about a movie, an old one. I can't even remember the actors in it, and it was Joe Pesci in Home Alone.
But again, that is acting, or
Exactly.
actors that can
So
actually act.
He can actually scare you, like the Goodfellas. He's a creepy psycho.
But
Then
one of my favorites is Jason Isaacs. I met him in person, and holy crap! When I was going, it was like I wasn't actually walking up. We were actually in a lift on the cruise ship together. And he had just finished playing tennis with Worf from Star Trek Next Generation. His name is slipping my mind now. Yeah, you see, you're not collecting. For me, it's Worf.
Michael
Dorn.
Dorn. That's
Michael Dorn, yeah.
See there, I got it.
Him and his family, they're amazing people. They're absolutely lovely people. But when I was trying to in the lift, because I saw them start the tennis match, but I had other obligations, so I wasn't there to see who finished or who won the match, because it was just meant to be a little bit for show. But I was just like tripping over my words, because when I saw Jason Isaacs, I didn't see Jason Isaacs as in Star Trek. I saw Jason Isaacs as the evil commander in that Mel Gibson film, The Patriot. As in, like, the ruthless, like, I will kill you. I will kill you. That hardcore level brutality. But he's played such nice characters as well. And the thing is, in person, he's a truly, genuinely nice human being. But I have a theory when it comes to the people that really manage to bring out an evil character on the screen. You hate them. You want them to die. They're actually the like the humblest, nicest people on the planet.
Yeah, and Big Timor. No, it's no Stan and Ollie with Steve Coogan. I'm a Son of the Desert. I watched all those. That's why I'm thinking it's based on it. So yes, I'm a Son of the Desert. I've got that movie, and I've got Ollie, which is an older one, and I've got the whole there. Whole lot on a happy collection. But no, I'm just trying. I need to remember who it was, and I think it was just based on the life, and it's not a new movie; it's an old movie. So it is. So no, it's not the one with Steve Coogan and that other guy. I can't remember his name. He was in Step Brothers. I don't like him as an actor, but he was really good as Ollie. So he was really good in that. And I wish I could remember that guy. That comedy with. Was it
You
Walter?
see, it sounds so familiar to me, but I'm just like drawing a complete blank. It's like I know which one it is, but I can't recall the faces.
I've got an idea that Jerry Lewis was in it.
Now we're talking proper old school.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it's in the later years, and it's just a case of trying to find what the name of the movie was. It was obviously when he was older. It wasn't the Nutty Professor or anything like that. Law in the Simpsons.
By the way, this is for Wendy. If she's catching up on the stream, this is what my T-shirt is saying. This thing.
You're not procrastinating. Can't even say it right. I'm doing side quests. Yeah, Dungeons and Dragons. Here we come. I was actually chatting about. I just wish it wasn't Jerry Lewis. It wasn't Jerry Lewis. I'm just trying to identify the movie. It is a classic old movie. Being out now, what's your favourite movie? Oh, now there you go.
I like Moonraker. I know I'm a weirdo on that, but Moonraker for me is a good one.
I love the Bond movies. I like the classic Bond movies. And
you see, I've been in and out when it comes to the Bond movies. So I would say GoldenEye. That's a really good one. The first one with Craig Daniels that had power.
Craig Daniels and Daniel Craig are two different people.
Whatever his name is, but for me, GoldenEye or Moonraker, they're really good. But for me, Roger Moore
Yeah. No.
is a very, very solid one, but he has nothing on Sean Connery when it comes to being Bond.
Yeah. Sean Connery. There's your three. Never
Yep.
Say Never Again. You Only Live Twice, and Thunderball.
What was that guy that only got to play one?
George Lazenby.
Yeah, he did a good job. I cannot lie. He was a good, solid. I was surprised that he was not picked for more.
Doctor
I
No.
don't know.
Ursula Andress, or as I used to call her, Ursula Undress.
Hey, she comes from our Viking backyard, by the way.
Yes, but I used
Goldfinger,
to,
yeah.
basically, I grew up calling her. It was my dad. He used to call her Ursula Undress. So
Well, she did not really have that much clothing on, so he was not inaccurate. But even so, when it comes to James Bond, they are films you should really watch.
the thing
Good or
is,
bad, not liking or liking them, you should watch
yeah,
them. Even if you just do it once and it's
yeah.
itchy.
See, any of the Connery stuff, I love Connery. Basically, I just think the name's Bond, James Bond.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that's why I don't like see the new stuff. I just don't like it. Do you know why? I've heard things like, "Oh, it's really gritty and it's really realistic." It's James Bond. How can it be realistic? A spy doesn't go up to
James Bond's not
everybody.
realistic.
He doesn't go up to everybody and go, "Hi, I'm James Bond." Effectively, that's my spy name. Everybody knows Bond. But I'll just introduce myself to you by using my real name.
Well,
Real,
there are the two flaws. There are two flaws to James Bond's thingy. The first one is if you're sitting in a casino and playing a game with lots of money on the stake, and you hear someone walking up and saying, "My name's Bond, James Bond. I'd like a martini, shaken, not stirred." You should run
no,
from
but
that table. You should run from the table. You should not sit there. Doesn't matter if you own half the planet. You should run. But the second part is, how is he so easily forgotten? I
yeah,
mean, it's
but
the
that's what I'm saying.
greatest spy on the planet.
Exactly, but he goes up and introduces himself to every government by his own name, sits there, talks to them, and then people are saying, that's why I like Daniel Craig, it's very gritty and real. Really? It's James Bond. It's not meant to be gritty and real because, believe it or not, there was no Moonraker, there was no space battle with lasers. Yeah, I mean, there is no 6'7" guy with a
Let
pair
me
of
die,
jaws.
Mr. Bond.
There's no a big 6'7" guy with metal teeth ripping out electric cabling with it getting
Oh,
shot
that's
to death.
my favorite evil character.
Jaws
But
is
he's
super.
not evil. He's just a villain. He's not evil. He's just doing his job. Oh yes.
Yes. So yeah, I do like my Bond. So that's Sean Connery.
Very nice.
That's Sean Connery's black tuxedo, and there is his white tuxedo. So yeah, you can imagine I do like my Bond as well. So good question, Big T. But yes.
It really is. Well, what was it
I'm not,
say? A Goldfinger with on a black man.
yeah, I
That's
don't
what.
have any Daniel Craig James Bond movies, and I've no interest in going to see No Time to Meet Too, as Gary would call it.
You see, I'm 100,000%
On a black
okay
man,
with
Pussy
the
galore.
next Bond-ish being a black woman, lesbian, purple color.
They've already introduced a 006. Why can't they introduce another double agent?
007.
Yeah.
007 is James Bond.
Yes.
There's no.
It is a code name. And if you're actually changing it up so the code name means anybody, then what difference does it make? But there's already a 006. There's been a movie.
005 was Sean Bean, wasn't it?
But there was a 006 movie. Our Man Flint. James Coburn. He was 006.
Oh, wow. Wow.
That was,
look that one up.
it was the movies were called Our Man Flint. And I think there was another one, but that he was a double agent. He was a 006. So they've already introduced ones, but for some reason they say, "Oh no, it has to be the thing." But Goldfinger with Honor Blackman. Come on, pussy galore.
But you can't get away with these names today.
I know.
Imagine if you released a film today. And one of the main, very important characters, her name was Pussy Galore. Literally, you could hear the nuclear bombs going off on the planet.
Yeah. My new I would make a 006, a 008 or 009 agent and call him Richard Hand. Let's see how they got on with that one.
Dick Hand?
Dick Hand, yes. Or Richard Head would be even better.
I'm not going to say that because you might get screwed up.
I used to work with a guy and he never, anytime somebody tried to shorten his name, he would go nuts because his name was Richard Hand. He was christened Richard Hand. And anytime somebody tried to shorten his name, even to Rick, he would go nuts. But then again,
I can understand his predicament because my true born name is Jim. And I moved to UK 2000 something. I don't know the exact year that I actually really relocated here.
You hear that?
name is
Jim. Jim's actually immortal. He just says he moved to the UK about 2000 years ago.
Yes.
Or did I hear that in my head?
I'm immortal. You caught me out, but no, there's so many people still trying to go, oh, James. No, it's Jim.
But see, you come up with Scotland, you're Jimmy, so it makes no difference.
No, I could care less about Jimmy. Jimmy would be perfectly fine, but James?
But the thing is,
different name.
A load of my friends are James and they're called Jim because Jim in the UK is a short version of James. It's like in Scotland, you could be Chris and John, but you're called Ian.
Yeah, I can completely understand that, but how do you go from a 3-letter name? It's like, oh, I'm gonna add a couple of extra characters and call you James.
But that's the thing. It's because you know your name is Jim. You can't understand how somebody lengthens it. But remember, in the UK, Jim is a shortened version of James. There is very few people who are christened Jim. There is a lot who are christened James and called Jim. So it's just an assumption. But then again, when you assume,
I have so many weird stories. I born and grown in Scandinavia, and I'm not, because obviously it will be slightly doxing, but
there you go. Coburn made 2 or 3. Did I not say Coburn? James Coburn. But yeah, I liked the James Coburn ones because it's the same idea as the 00, the Bond. You couldn't class it as realistic in any way because it was a cerebral. He was more cerebral. He didn't go out and do all that. But yeah.
You know, like inversion. Yeah, I'm only partially mortal. You do need to do the.
Yeah, I remember MC, and thanks for doing this. I'm Scottish, so basically I'm used to actually being called anything and everything and answering yes to it. So yeah. been
The
there.
only thing us Vikings have to say about Scottish people is you're awesome.
Hoots, man. The Scots wear a Viking helmet with a horns on the inside.
Apologies. Slight correction. Vikings do not have horns.
Well, we know there. Hence the reason why the Scots wear the Viking helmets with the horns on the inside. So if there's no horns on the outside,
Well, you need to fill the space with something.
yeah, fresh air fortnight. That's why the Scots are good fighters, because anybody takes a headshot, it just goes in and straight out. Nothing there to stop it. That's why the Scottish zombies are the hardest to kill.
Oh, trust me, I've seen quite a few of my Viking
Oh, I remember
fellows.
it was a spy as well. He played a CIA agent. I think he played an American. So he did
Oh,
Martin in
I
that
see
movie.
the film. It's not his usual denim jacket. It's the because he's like Rebel Without a Cause, those kind of films. But there is another one, and he's not dressed like they wanted to dress him. He's
Aye, he basically, I think, did he not play the cowboy type, the Dean Martin? So, our man Flint. It's there, James Coburn, and geez, it had Edward Mulhare. Remember from Knight Rider? The older guy in Knight Rider, the one that was the Knight from Knight Industries. You remember the old guy from Knight Rider, the classic with David Hasselhoff?
I do, and you suddenly sent me on like a complete flashback. Because when I look back at shows like even Charlie's Angels, how many
Yes.
famous people did not walk through that, even if they were bad guys or allies or anything?
Yeah.
MC's just said Devon Miles. Is that the one?
Yes, he did play. He played Devon Miles. That's exactly who he played. It's just he was in the Our Man Flint movie, so he was. I'm just looking for the other Flint movie. In like Flint, I think, or something like that. It was called. Just some of the stuff that James Coburn had been in is amazing.
I'm actually gonna have to double check because I think he's one of my favorite films of all time.
Right, 1966 was Our Man Flint, and then there was the 1967 In Light Flint, and I think In Light Flint it had. Where the else? Jane Lee J. Cobb.
He is.
Yeah.
James Coburn is in one of my all-time favorite films from 1994. Let's see if you can find it on your own. But it's an amazing film.
Maverick.
With Mel Gibson's.
Maverick.
Yes,
in,
I love that film.
Yeah, I did. But do you know, I preferred. See, I liked the Maverick with Mel Gibson in it. But do you know movie? None of them were in it. Just it reminded me of Maverick. Was Support Your Local Sheriff.
I don't think I've seen
With
that.
the Rockford Files. What do you call him? Oh, what was his name? Gardner. James Gardner. Support Your Local Sheriff. It was a comedy.
Gardner is in that film too, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Gardner is the Maverick. Oh.
Aye, Street Hawk. I love Street Hawk. Fall Guy, Airwolf, A-Team. Yeah. The movie, A-Team movie, the new one, didn't like. The reboot of Knight Rider when they had a Dodge Charger instead of a Trans Am, didn't like. I love the Fall Guy, Lee Majors, and Airwolf with Ernest Borgnine. I've actually been watching McHale's Navy with Ernest Borgnine, so I do like him as well. But he played the old boy pilot, and Street Hawk. Love that. Never tried to do that when I used to ride my bike, thankfully enough. Try to put the brake on and do a somersault. Doesn't work. Only ever did that once, and that was with a chopper. And I'm not talking about a motorcycle chopper. I'm talking about the one with the wee teeny wheel and the big wheel. We used to do jumps, and the object of our jumps was to land as close to the ramp as possible. So as soon as you got up, the first thing you would try and do is brake, just so as soon as you went up, you weren't allowed to go, but to make sure people just didn't go up and just roll down, we would take the stank cover off. So there was a big hole. So you had to jump over the hole, and you still had to stop as close to the ramp as possible. So you couldn't just go up and just go doink down because there's a big pit in front of you. We in the school, there was the drain cover, and it was like 4 feet deep, but it was a 2 foot by 2 foot drain cover, and we would lift that off, and that's what people had to jump over. And I did it once, and just as I got to the top, I slammed my brakes on, but my back brake didn't work. My front brake did, and I somersaulted. So it hit right at the top of the ramp, the brake hit, and the bike flipped. I dived sideways out the way, and the bike landed upside down about that far away from the hole.
Well, we do have comments in the chat. I will get to them very quickly. But I did have a similar experience because in my wild youth, 25 years ago, I decided to join. Yeah, that's the one. I decided to join a mountain bike downhill crew, and we were just like zooming down this hill. It was like there was rocks and crevices and paths and quick turns and trees and everything. And I'm coming down this path, and there is a massive rock ahead of me. So I start braking on my right hand, which is the back wheel, because if you're on a bike downhill, if you brake on your front wheel, you're going.
I'm a biker. I'm a motorbiker. And it's a similar idea, yeah.
Yep. But here's the thing: I just clipped it and heard.
No back brakes. It's just went.
It's not working. There is something wrong. That's a very big rock. Front bike. Okay. Front wheel. I got this. I'm turning around, and it's like squeezing, because I know if I squeeze too hard, I'm just gonna flip over because I have no control. I'm on a slope. I'm going down. Doesn't matter where I'm going. It's just done it.
That's where your back. That's where your foot comes in handy.
No. This is mountain bike. So if you try to backpedal, there is no brake. There is nothing.
Do it. We used to do when we had no brakes. We would stick our foot at the back brake and use our foot. So basically, your shoe, by the time of it, had a big rivet down there. You would just shove your foot go into the back wheel and just hold it against it to slow you down.
You're jumping slightly ahead of the story.
That's what we used to do.
You're jumping slightly ahead of the story because I tried to do that as well. It's like, okay, let's put the heel in, just like squeak. But no, but I was going too fast. No amount of pressure that I could put in was literally slowing it down. So I was forced for the front one. And I'm coming down to the next big rock. And just before it, I hear my left hand go, and the wire breaks for my front wheel brake. Let's just say I learned how to fly, and not Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy that day, but I did learn how to fly.
You threw yourself at the ground, but you didn't miss.
eventually I missed.
Yeah, that's true. Doing that, you get your thing,
Yeah,
but no,
unfortunately, I did
we learned
have
how
to,
to do it quickly, but it was the fact is we got into so much trouble because we had a big single line down the soles of our shoes and we had to get them replaced. So when your mother actually finds out that you keep using that instead of brakes, she gets your bike fixed. Quite damn sharp, because it's cheaper to get brakes fixed than it is to get a new pair of shoes every 3 months. You know what I mean? So, but that's what we used to do. The reason I didn't, I was looking at where it was.
I think so. It was
The next,
something confusing the Martin.
I've actually the Ford Mustang, right? I thought it was. I didn't realize it was a Ford Mustang, but I knew it was a different car. It definitely wasn't his Trans Am. So, and the 18 movie, the reason I didn't like it is it just wasn't as playful. So you didn't have the characters. The characters that were playing them just were slightly off to me.
Face.
The story might have been good, but it was just slightly off to me because I wanted Dirk Benedict. I wanted B.A. Baracus. I wanted who played Smith.
Yeah, but the thing is, and I will say this because unfortunately I need to express the inferiority of my letter, but there is no replacing BJ Baracus.
Oh, I know.
There is only one him. There is no one that can take his place. He's such a unique and absolutely lovely human being.
Have you seen the adverts BA used to do for Mars Bar?
Mars bars, yes, that's absolute glorious.
Dog you fool!
Get your snacks.
Liam Neeson was Smith, but I'm trying to remember who was Smith in the original TV show. It was.
I'll leave you to figure that one out.
I know him as well. That's just see when that happens. Oh, I didn't realise James Coburn was in Hudson Hawk. You remember that movie? That was a good movie. I enjoyed that. I know a lot of people hated it because it was Bruce Willis. And
You see, for me, there's never been a film with
George
Bruce
Peppard.
Willis.
That's it. Thank you, MC. George Peppard.
Exactly. But for me, Bruce Willis, even though for me there's only one character that matters, and it's Yippee motherfucker. That is him to me, regardless of what he plays. But he's played so many humble, strong,
Yeah.
weak, and yeah, it's Bruce Willis. But like we talked about earlier, so many actors cannot play outside of their own
Yeah.
region.
Well, you look at one of Bruce Willis's first major role, Moonlighting, a romantic comedy as such with Sybil Shepherd. I enjoyed that right at the beginning. It got a wee bit samey after a wee while, but at the time it was great. But yeah, Hudson Hawk. And I've heard so many people actually trashing that, but I loved it. I thought Hudson Hawk was just fun. You know what I mean? Right, we'll need to do it for 4 minutes, 30 seconds. What song is that? Ain't Got a Barrel of Money. Ain't got a bit. As they were doing stuff just to keep the timing, so the two of them had the timing. Instead of saying, set your watch, they would do that. It was a nice wee gimmick for the movie. And you can see the two main, Bruce Willis and Danny Alio. Just enjoyed having that wee bit, the wee song, and they had the opportunity to just do their scene as they were singing, and it just looked fun. So it was. It's a Marmite movie. Yeah, you're definitely right. I don't know how many times people have actually says they hate it for why, and I'm not entirely sure. He was always trying a cup of coffee too. And that was, remember Hudson Hawk? One of the bad guys in it was, what was his name? David, he played in CSI Miami, the ginger hair guy. He played Kit Kat because they were all called after chocolate bars. I remember that part about it. Richard E. Grant. He was the in charge, wasn't he? Mayflower. But what was his name? I'll need to find it. Hold on. David Caruso, that's the one. He played Kit Kat. Then you had Butterfingers, you had Almond Joy. You know what I mean? It was just the idea that Snickers was well. They had characters like that. Obviously, it was an American one because Snickers, we used to call them marathons. So it used to be funny because people never understood why he was called Snickers. They used to snicker at him. But over here at the time, the Snickers bar was called a marathon. They renamed it to Snickers to match in with everything else. But when the movie came out, he was called Snickers. And people never understood why. It was only the Kit Kat they actually got that reference because Kit Kat was universal. But I love that.
The thing
I'll need to dig it out again.
It was his pulling the shades off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a crime. We know. Get your bloody glasses on. But I need to make a point. And stuff like that. Oh god! But yeah, no, he was great as Kit Kat because it was dead stupid. He played a mute in it. I think it was him that played the mute. Yeah, I mean,
Not to be too pedantic here, MC in the chat, but it's double S, I believe, on the Caruso.
it is not on IMDb. It's a
so it's a single S. I was always certain it was double S.
So yeah, that's basically what's on IMDb. So I'm assuming they've got it right, but then again, they could have got it wrong.
It may have been that he was originally like single S, but the title writers was going double S or something.
Usually they tell you what their board name whose films sees full bio, because usually it says born David Stephen Caruso, birth name David Stephen Caruso 1S.
There we go. Well, I actually learned something new because I always thought it was double S. Because for me, my introduction to him was the Big Blue. Was it the Big Blue? It was the New York TV crime cop TV drama.
I think it was something. I know he was in CSI Miami. NYPD.
No, he's the lead in CSI
NYPD Blue.
NYPD Blue, yeah.
Yeah, he was in. He came in. He first appeared in CSI. Then he was in Miami, and he also did a part in New York. And
it's quite funny because one of my, and I deliberately not showing exactly what it is, but it's sort of related to that genre. This is one of my pickups for this week.
Oh, well, we could actually go on to that because I've only got one, but I'm just keen to see. Right, let's see. I still think this is corny, but pick of the week. Still think it's corny. Pick of the week.
Pick of the week. Yeah. Wait. Let me try this because I haven't. Pick of the week.
That was still the same voice. You never put
I'm trying my soundboard that's supposed to have increased my echo to 100%.
Yep.
But I'm keeping the settings as they are, just to not
that's right. He was
in
First Blood. He was the cop. It was actually telling him to take it easy. So he was. When Sylvester Stallone and Rambo actually gets taken down, the cops were all basically just trying to hold him down and he was the one cop that tried to actually get them to leave him and just no treat him as badly. So he played the good cop.
And MC, you're giving yourself away as a proper British person here, saying,
Blimey.
"Blimey."
Blimey, blimey. So,
if
right, do you want me
if
to do
I had
my
a bit
pick?
more, would you like
I've got
to go
one
first?
DVD. I've got one DVD, so mine will be dead easy, right?
Jolson's story.
And Jolson
Yeah.
sings again. It's a double bill. So it's basically it is Al Jolson. It's a biopic with Al Jolson in it. So it is his story with him.
Very nice.
Well, tell a lie. Let's see.
I will ask the same question I've asked my buddy, and he's collecting PlayStation 2 games like a crazy person.
Uh-huh.
He has almost all of them. He's still hunting for those really unique ones, but he's
Well, that when I show you what else I picked up, I will give you a bit more information. It's a pity he's known Scotland. Let's just say that. I'm just actually trying to double check that Jolson sings it was Jolson.
there is a question from Big T Moore. Is that DVD not banned now? Double question mark.
I don't care. Classic stories. It basically, yes, he was a minstrel, but this is about him getting his life. The Jolson story is about how he became a minstrel and what he did. But yes, these type of movies are no longer. But look, it's even classed as a Columbia Classics because it was the story of his. It was his life. When his throat was going, because when he started, he used to actually be. He used to sing. He was a choir boy, so he had his alto voice, and then as his voice started dropping, he was meant to be getting up and part of it and singing, but so he started whistling. So that was his gimmick for a while. He would whistle, and then he realised his voice had dropped enough that he could actually sing. Hi, Wen.
Hey, Wen. We hope you had a really, really good evening with your friends. You say you're boosted up and happy. I will start it later on because PJ's been giving me ideas on the film I would like to watch with Mark Strong. It's not the best film he's been in, but it is the second Kingsman film. Just because I like his sacrifice, his stand up, and his singing. It's a very American tune, but I just like the Britishness in him. It's like, I really like this one. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna sacrifice myself, and then go away.
Right.
But the Jolson story.
The Jolson story, Jolson rings again. Basically, it's not Jolson, but Jolson is in one part. There's a long shot of Jolson performing the runway, and it's only Al Jolson plays himself, his only appearance in the films. So I grew up thinking that was Jolson playing himself, but it wasn't. It was Larry Parks playing Jolson, and Al Jolson's in it. But it's a long shot, so and it's actually showing him actually appearing in it. But I got those two today, and yeah, they're not politically correct, but believe it or not, history isn't, and anything historical is going to be issues. But then again, I've got brains enough to know that this is in the past, not the present.
You're in the wrong crown here, because when it comes to the whole political correctness thing, if you're unhappy with something I've done or something I'm doing, I want you to say that as straight up as you can. It may upset me. That is very true.
Straight up? I thought you were meaning straight up.
It may upset me, but it's still that you didn't like the way that came across. that is what the message sometimes is supposed to be.
Yeah.
And you can't go, oh, we have to clean this language out, because you're going to start scrubbing out stuff from
As soon as you
complex
start changing
stories.
history, then you're no better than the fascists and communists. Unfortunately, you have to learn from history so you don't repeat it. And guess what? All these people are trying to actually change things. They're not learning from
Repeating
history.
history.
And what's happening? We're going back to segregation. They're telling you not. As I was growing up, my mum and dad taught me don't look at you judge a person by how they act, not how they look. And guess what? They now want you to look at a person and judge them by how he looks or how she looks, the color of their skin. They want that. And to me, I say
No.
exactly.
The-
So
the- the-
everybody tells me you should
Where
be
I'm
judging somebody based
panicking
on that.
is,
But that's effectively, it just goes to show they have not learned from history because they're repeating it. They're trying to bring segregation in, but they're trying to say it's a good thing because it will segregate the people against us bad white people. Whereas in the past, it was we'll segregate the bad black people from these nice white people. They're just flipped the script, and guess what? They're doing exactly the same. They're still trying to separate people, and to people try to separate me. My friends are my friends, and I don't give a toss. Don't care the nationality, don't care the
I
religion,
have an
don't care
even
the colour.
more firm ground to stand on there. I started using computers in 1986. 1986. That's when I first became familiar with computers. By 1991, I was riding a BMX. Uh, by the way, for you young people, that's a bicycle with cushions, where you didn't need cushions, because if you crashed, your family jewels were still gonna get crushed by a
Yeah,
steel bar.
similar.
But
Yes, but
even
the
so, I
difference
was
is the
riding a
chopper
BMX
had a
around the
lever.
neighborhood, just going, is there a company that wants I won't say BBC, DB.
It was a,
So it's like before there was proper internet websites. That's when I started making my money in IT. By 1994, when I was in the military, um, that there were people calling me left, right, and center, to say, we heard you're local, you know how to do this stuff. Can you come and help us? By 1997, I had a proper first IT job, leading a massive crew of first line responders for the largest fiber optic rollout. And I'm going now, it's 2021. That was my background. And I'm being told in 2021, oh, this XYZ character is 18 years old, but because the color of the skin or whatever it is, oh, they need to get priority above you. Like, you can't replace my almost 30 years of experience doing IT. There's nothing that can replace it.
no. See, the thing is, see when a company does that, I just buy a big bag of marshmallows, sit back and watch them burn. Because
Oh,
do you know
you're sitting there with the like
yep,
the marshmallow. It's
it's
like,
the same idea. I've done it in the past. I've worked for a company and they've actually got rid of the experienced people and brought in a young crowd. No problem. We all got paid off. No problem. So we all got our redundancy pay. 2 months later, they came back and asked to hire us all back up. And we said, nope, but we'll contract you for double the salary.
yes.
So,
Well,
but
I will say it's quite profitable for someone like me when company have done that in the past. But the thing is, people think it's a new thing, but for me, it's been going on since about 2005.
yeah,
That's when I first really noticed. It's like, oh, you want to fire me because you want to hire young something. It's like, well, they don't know what I know and understand and can do. just rolling in. So they fired me. It's like 50 quid a day, and then a few months later, it was like, you come back for 250 quid a day? I was like, nah.
Mary Whitehouse is probably laughing at all these banned movies. I like that one. But then again, you need to explain who Mary Whitehouse is to these young folk. But yeah, it's crazy when somebody does that, and that's why. So when I see a movie like that, I'm going to pick it up because guess what? It's an entertainment movie, and yes, it's about a guy who became famous as a minstrel. But guess what? Things have changed. I am aware of that, so I can still look at that as historically accurate without actually getting offended at it. About a movie made in 1946 and getting annoyed about it today.
I think Big T is still getting a little bit naughty in the chat here, but
Yeah.
Anyway, should we move on to the
Yes.
my week?
Yes, let's see what your pick of the week is.
So we were talking about crime.
Yes.
And unfortunately, it's season 5. But when you go to charity shop, you can't be like choosy. So it's the 5th season
Of NCIS, yeah. I've not got every season, I must admit. I've got a majority, but it's the same idea. Because
and I still love this one because for me
I love NCIS, the Donoso. I just love all of them. Let's see what NCIS. What seasons have I got? There, it's there. I've only got. I can't have only 2 seasons. That's not
you're
right.
not on cam, just so you know.
Eh? I know. NCIS 12 and 13. I thought I had more than that.
You see, I was hesitant to pick this up because I didn't have season 1. I was like, it's there. It's 15 pence. Why should I not pick it up?
Do you know how much that cost me? Take a guess. You'll never in a million years guess how much that cost me. I did get 10 DVDs today, but some of them were just to replace ones I had. So the whole 10, you would never believe me how much.
I will say 10 pence each, a quid for the lot.
Nope. I walked in, I picked them up and I went up like that, and I went like that, and the guy goes, DVDs, just take them, we'll try to get rid of them. So I just gave him a donation, but it wouldn't take any money for the DVDs.
Wait, hold on. You did pay money?
I gave a donation but they didn't want money for them. If I'd walked out the shop with a bag of them, they would have been fine. It's only because I felt guilty taking them and he actually gave a donation, probably more than I would have if I was buying them.
You see, I need to find the charity shops that you get around to, because I'm feeling like my today's haul, the total, what I will show today, was £1. But here's a double kicker. I have it's not the credit card, it's not like a banking card, it's just a card that ties what cards you have. You only need to carry one card, you only need to remember one PIN code. That's the entire idea. But for the first month that you do join, all your purchases has a 1% cashback.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't care what it is. So I paid 0 money for this entire haul because it was my credit. I've exceeded the 1 month months ago, but even so, it cost me £1 if I had to pay, but I paid 0 because it was the cashback from the card I was using.
Yeah.
So, are you ready for the next one? And this is a film everyone on the planet should love. Are you ready?
Yeah. Terminator. Do you know I nearly picked up a Terminator figure today?
I'm very
I did
certain you did.
because there was about 50,000 other figures I wanted, but I nearly picked up a T2 figure. So
But
basically, the
T1000 or T800?
T1, T800. So it was a T800 from T2, Terminator 2. Basically, remember my Ash v the Evil Dead one, and it had all the different faces. You could do that. You could get the face with without the glasses, with the glasses, with the smash. You could get the hand, or you can get the one with the without the skin on it and stuff like that. I was so tempted to pick it up, but there was so many other stuff that I wanted. I decided, nope.
No, don't tell me it's from the same shop that the kids stole your preferred item from.
Saying nothing. No, remember that shop? I wasn't up in Calendar, so it's a similar type of shop, but it wasn't that shop.
My third pickup of the week is a little bit. Oh, I still remember Mark Hammond.
NCIS and the
nice.
Robert back. Mm-hmm.
So this one was a little bit too banged up, but I did need like 5 because 5 made £1, and it's this one.
Hellraiser. See, I don't see anything wrong with getting a bit, because a bit banged up Hellraiser actually makes it look more authentic.
But even so, it's an amazing pack.
I see. Yeah, I mean, how can you go wrong with that? A 3-disc set. It's just superb.
I'm so tempted because there is Halloween coming up.
Yeah.
Definitely going up on my big screen. I will so love seeing it. Now, the next one, let's just say there are people spelling Sierra, Django, whiskey. That would go nuts that I have an original copy of
Tropic Thunder. Especially with
I'm keeping it up there. You might get banned for the tiniest pixels.
Hey,
around that area.
Listen, if we're going for banned, I'll put that one up. Who's more likely to get banned for the DVD we're holding? Come on to Buggery.
Oh, come on. More people have seen this one, the Jolson one, and they will go absolutely bananas that there is a super famous person with a black face.
Yeah, when T1000 was in the T2, but remember you also had the T800 in T2 as well. It was the Arnie one, which was the T800. And that was the one. They didn't have one at the Liquid. They had hundreds. You should see this. They've got a web page up with with a load of stuff, but they had that much. Even their web page couldn't cover it.
But you see, that's great storytelling. You create an amazing canon universe and going like, oh, what's that model? What's this series? What does this do? Even something as simple as like, what was the tire on that Harley Davidson? Oh, but I saved the best for last.
I've seen Hellraiser. I like to. Hellraiser's the one with the. I think the Shriekers is the one with the. Hellraiser's.
There's only one flaw with this film. You can only see it once. There is no seeing it twice.
We'll not talk about it, but that's the first rule.
That's the first rule. But still, you cannot see this film twice, unfortunately. But I did because it was from a charity shop.
Do you know what else they had at that place? They had a Fight Club figure I had never seen before.
Oh, really? They're Fight Club figures?
Fight Club figures. They had loads of stuff. They had like Ronan Dax from Stargate Atlantis figure with all the bits, but it was £150 for the figure. They had Bruce Lee figures boxed, 60, 70 quid. There was just so, I don't know. It's just
MC. You're right. It is an absolutely awesome film. Absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if you watched it, you cannot unwatch it. I would love to sit down any of my youthful friends and just like show them for the first time ever.
Okay, MC's going to love what I picked up from that shop. You want me to show you?
Go ahead. I'll mute myself.
I'm going to just give the big screen for this one. Right, let's see if I can get the big screen. There you go. Right, you want to see what I picked up?
Gojira.
They had loads of them, but I got the classic black Japanese one because they had a load of the other ones. They had Gidon and they had Ghidorah. Oh, they had loads, but that's the one I got. Classic Japanese. So it is Godzilla. So I picked that up today. There was stuff from Bubba Hotep. They had the Bubba Hotep and they had the Bruce Campbell one, but they were 70, 80 and 80 quid. 70 quid each. So they were, and I couldn't afford both. But I went in for a King Kong. They only had Skull Island King Kong or Colour King Kong. They didn't have the classic black and white one, although they're hoping to get them in. And because that I had a priority list, the King Kong that I missed out in the shop when I was up in Calendar, I thought they had it, but they didn't. They only had the modern ones. They didn't have the classic one or a classic Godzilla, because I love my Japanese monster movies. And the one other thing I picked up was I was about to walk out, but I saw this Captain Scarlet Occult vinyl. And when I was looking at it, I hunted high and low because they've got a wee Judge Dredd one as well, but it didn't have any in the shop. Now look at that Captain Scarlet. Is that no scary? It just basically, I don't know. It tickled me funny bone. So it did. But MC, what did you think of the Godzilla? The Japanese classic. That's what I call superb. And when you should see the amount of figures they had. You name a figure, they would have had it. They had Evil Dead 1, 2, and 3 figures. So I've got the Ashfield Evil Dead, but they had Evil Dead, they had Ashfield Evil Dead, they had Hellraiser, they had Terminator, they had Alien, they had Predator, they had Turtles. Oh God, they had South Park. Well, it does look like the South Park Captain Scarlet, but I just thought it was just humorous enough, and I definitely want the Judge Dredd one. But I just think, look at the face on it. I don't know. It tickled me funny bone. 50 years of Captain Scarlet. So that was my 2 picks for today. And this one here is superb. Look at that. I'm tempted to take it out of the box. It's the same as my Bruce Campbell one. I'm tempted to take it out of the box, but I don't want to take them out of the box. So I'm tempted to take them out of the box and then rebox them. But Jim, how do you like that one? Oh, he's back soon. He's bugged off. Anywho.
No, I was saying that looks absolutely amazing. So I was just gathering a few of the items
that one there.
What
did you think of the Captain Scarlet?
Oh, that looks gorgeous. He looks really evil as well.
It does. That's what I don't know. It's just sort of. If it was Captain Black, it would have actually looked better. But I fun Captain Scarlet, and when you are absolutely right, I would have, but it's basically. I guess what I'm back to work on Monday. So
that's why I'm so happy I live nowhere near where you live. Because
no, but that's what I'm saying.
so
See, unfortunately, back to work on Monday, which means I'm doing a lot more traveling. So all the petrol money I had been saving and spending on all the stuff, I have to be careful. So I couldn't spend it all. I did want to. I wanted so much.
I don't think we can Captain Scarlet in my house.
See, Captain Black, yes. No Captain Scarlet. Captain Black would kill me in my house. Indiegogo. I've only on one campaign, and it's due out, and it's the rabbis. I'm still waiting for that one. I can't wait for that one to turn up. But if there's somewhere it's doing a campaign that does really good figures, might actually do for that. But it has to be a figure that I can't get. But
it's nice to talk about figures, because I did tell you in the brief seconds we had during our green room. I picked this up.
Space. So Space Marines and the Eldar. That's no Eldar. It looks like
Mighty Leaders. But well, I am not too
Necrons
well versed in this universe at all.
I think it's the Necrons and the Space Marines, because if it's a starter or recruit edition, it's a starter set. You'll have
it's a recruit edition.
Aye, so it's effectively what they used to call the starter set. You get something like 12 Space Marines and about 20 of the Necrons. The Necrons sort of, they look like almost like a cyber thing, but they've got big long barreled guns.
Yep, I went for that one deliberately because I thought that would sound what appeared most cool. But I did also pick up a different thing.
What's that? Hold on. Flying Dutchman. Oh, aye. Yes, you did mention that one.
And I've just begun. So
that looks a cool
base of the ship is put together. And wires for the internal lighting and everything. And as I said, I would like to have it over here, but it's way too big.
Yeah.
So it would just fall over, unfortunately. So I can't have it.
You need to actually get a proper shelf for it and a stand.
I will, but as you can see, it's got some really lovely details to it.
Yeah.
And proper planning and everything. It's just gorgeous. The way it looks, the way I hope to get it once I manage to complete the build.
Yep. You see what MC says? He's effectively did the same as me. During lockdown, he used his fuel money to restock his books, old movies and comics. Now everything started back. He'll have to get out of that habit. That's exactly what I'm having to do starting this week, because Monday's my first day officially back. They're only doing it initially 2 days, then they want to go to 4 days, then it's full time. But
I have a similar thing, but they just want us back on Tuesday and Wednesdays. But it's still like really Tuesday, Wednesdays.
Uh-huh.
How do I plan around that?
Yeah. Really? See, the thing is, they asked me what 2 days this week I want to go in. I'm up in Glasgow on a Monday. Pardon me. I've had one of those weeks. It's just been a busy week because I've been getting ready to go back to work. I got up to Glasgow on a Monday to play Magic. So they asked me if I wanted 2 days. And I says, well, Monday, because that way I don't need to drive up and down 3 times. Try and save a bit of fuel. But effectively, it's only going to last for a wee while. Then I'm in 4 days anyway, so it's not going to make that much difference. And the one day I'll want to get away early is the Wednesday, so I'm hoping the Wednesday's the one day I don't need to work, because I've got a stream on a Wednesday night, and the idea of not getting home until about 6:30, then I'm actually online an hour and a half later, and I've got to get in, get my dinner, get ready. Not that I'm moaning, but I'm moaning. Yeah. And I'm looking, yes, Cam says the rabbi's meant to be printing. Yes, he did say it's going to be out this month. I'm fingers crossed. He's hoping it's actually going to be delivered by the end. Well, he did say the beginning of October, so it's going to be out.
I will say this to Wendology. Thanks for saying it looks cool. It's got 280 pieces to it. I didn't think it was that much. It was like just throwing some stuff together. It's taking the better part of my week, the free time I have, just to get like the base, like whatever you call it, like the shell. Yeah.
I'm wondering if I've still got this. Wait, you see this I've got, and I can't build it anymore. It's not in that drawer. Too many drawers. It's basically, and I'm going to have to give it to somebody who's got the dexterity to build it. And it's just one of those. Oh, surprise, surprise! It's not in that drawer either. I could be anywhere in this whole thing because I had to actually shelf it, which was an unfortunate thing for me. It was. I'm trying not to actually bump into things, so I don't want to actually knock things over. Ah, there it's there. Right, hold on. Clear space again. Look what I got.
30 metal sacred.
Yeah, a 3D model kit. Wait to see the size of these things, right? Right. This one is it's a helicopter. Right.
Wow. I can just look at the
right. You want to see the size of the pieces? You want to see the size of the pieces? There's two of these.
Oh, that definitely looks like a Metal Earth one. Yep,
It's
thin metal sheets.
Yes,
and you have to fiddle perfectly to get like the hooks in and everything. And then
yes,
you have the tiniest.
You have to crease all the metal straps and everything. It's the wee helicopter, so it is. I got that for myself, and then this happened. And there's no way on earth. It's been lying in my drawer for 3.5 years. Helicopter. And it looks amazing. I've seen one of them built. It looks absolutely amazing, but sitting in my drawer, nothing to do. I might give that as one of my giveaways.
I know I'm stupid to myself because I know that once I clock off work in the afternoon, about 7:30, I would like to sit down and fiddle with these small details. But by 7:30, I've had about 6 cups of coffee, so my hands are just going.
No, see, the thing is, I could have 6, 8, 10 cups of coffee, and I'm steady as a rock.
There's something that's happened in the last 10 years.
Yeah, you've started drinking iron. You started drinking Iron Brew. That's why. Right, see this?
This is my Iron Brew for this evening. I'm still fairly well topped off.
Yes,
I've got plenty of it.
Right, see this? This is my second bottle. So I've already just gone into one. I'll probably have half of it before I go to my bed. Do you know how much caffeine's in a 2-litre bottle?
Is this even 2 liters?
I think it's a 2 litre.
That might be a 2 liter. It says something.
If it's not 2 litres, it's a 1.5 litre. But a 2 litre bottle, do you know how much caffeine's in it?
That text. Unfortunately, I'm getting old. So
no, the text doesn't tell you. It doesn't tell you. It tells you your carbohydrates, protein, salt, energy, fat. It doesn't really tell you. It was a doctor that told me. I can't. Right.
I might have actually got a sugar-free one.
No, you've not. It's blue top. If you had a sugar-free one, look, you'll have the silver top.
But this one says fat 0, saturate 0.
Yeah, but you look at the difference of your bottle and mine's. Look, see how mine's is silver wrapper? That's sugar-free. And it tells you big words under Iron Brew, sugar-free. Yours is a blue top, and it is not sugar-free, believe me.
Hey, free calories.
But that is more likely yours is 1.5 litres. But a 2 litre bottle, right? So a can of juice is 330, right? So 3 cans of juice is 1 litre. So 6 cans of juice is 2 litres, right?
Mm-hmm.
A can of juice has of Iron Brew has the same caffeine as 7 cups of espresso coffee. So 7 times 6.
Espresso is condensed coffee.
Yes. So a can of Iron Brew has got the same caffeine as 7 cups of espresso coffee. So
Might
a 2
explain why
litres.
I'm in insomniac.
Yes. That's what I got told to stop drinking so much Iron Brew, and I got used to it now. I actually could, I'm fine. But in effect, I would go to my bed at 2 o'clock and wake up at 6. And I would do that every day, apart from once a month. I would come home, go to my bed, wake up 12 hours later, bright and breezy. But the rest of the time, I got 4 hours sleep. Iron Brew, caffeine in it. So I drink 2 to 3 litres a day. So 7 times 6 for 2 litres.
Well, one, I'm happy that Iron Brew costs nothing. Really, it's dirt cheap.
It's a
But
pound for a 2
the second thing is, I also have the insomniac curse thing. But I can go 5 days and not have Iron Brew, and I still have this thing. I cannot fall asleep before midnight,
Same here.
and I'm still up by 6 o'clock in the morning. And it doesn't matter if I've had massive boozer out with my friends on the pub. It's I come home, I crash, but I'm up at 6. Yes, obviously, if my friends have dragged me out for, say, more pints than is necessary, I'm still up by 6 o'clock in the morning. I may not move as fast as you should do, but
Yeah. I was just laughing at the
yeah, sorry guys, I missed your chat, so I'm trying to catch up.
right. So Cam's got the ones. A diorama you can
Oh yes, big Timor. I do have plans for like a diorama, but it involves epoxy and tons of stuff like that.
yeah.
And yeah, I will not give a link. I will not say like go watch this channel. But there is a guy from Russia that made a lava table, a lava living room table, literally baking in rocks and everything with LED lightning in epoxy, and it's gorgeous.
There is a girl who does epoxy models. What she does is she creates the model and then she gradually fills it with epoxy resin, so it's a solid figure. She does it with fish tanks as well. Sometimes she's got ones that are too big that she can't do epoxy because it's just not enough. But what she does is basically she seals them in a fish tank effectively, lighting and everything on them. Some of them are amazing. What you do is put the link, send me the link, and I'll put it in the chat so people can go and view it. It is that because I like those type of things. And yes, let's talk iron.
I
Let's talk
love
Iron
people
Brew
that
instead of let's
do
talk
this
geeky.
thing. It's like holy crap! How did you manage to fix this or make it happen?
Yeah,
And I had a friend a couple of years ago loved to do these aerofix, like
Airfix.
planes and tanks and
Yeah,
everything.
Airfix models. I
Uh,
used to do the tanks. I used to have
yeah,
100 tanks at one point.
but there was this guy on YouTube that literally built like a small like ridge in the desert, and the tank was coming over it, So he made sure that it looked like the sand was splashing out. And he did cotton wool and
Yeah.
LEDs and everything, and just drowned everything in epoxy and just polished it super clear so it was permanently fixed. Wow. Really, wow. It literally looked like the tank was in
Yeah,
full
I used
action.
to love the Airfix tanks because they gave you a small diorama to put it in. So they did, so it would be like a corner of a house with the track coming up the side. So as if the tank's driving by it, or else it would be a sand dune, or it would be something, maybe like a sand with a what do you call it? A signpost or something. They would always give you a wee diorama for it, and I used to love them. And I used to build bigger dioramas for them, so I could put multiple tanks in them. But that was years and years and years ago. A long time.
I just in the private chat put the link for the lava
Yeah.
table.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how many pieces they just go around and scrounge.
Yeah. And
So it's
big
very
more.
cheap, and they sell it for thousands. But it's basically they go around and just get scrap pieces and build this.
Aye, well, I've got a copy of that link. What I'll do is I'll put it in the chat, in the description afterwards. And Big T, ain't no way I'm changing to Tizer. No way, no how. Iron Brew's my man. That's my fix.
Could we pause for a commercial? We're not sponsored, by the way, by our group anyway whatsoever. We just happen to like the flavor.
Yes. Now, Bars, if you want to sponsor us, just get in touch by PJ maybe.
Don't worry. I come as
in America, do you know what the highest caffeine content, or what drink has the highest caffeine content?
Oh, I can tell you this one because it was banned in America. It was called Joe.
No, I joke. I'm talking about ones who are legal. Do you know what one's got the highest caffeine content?
I cannot tell you that, but I do remember me in my young hacking days. Jolt Cola was the go-to brew.
Yeah, well, people think it's things like some of the high energy drinks. They've got sugar. Coca-Cola is slightly behind Iron Brew in caffeine content.
It's very high.
All these like Monster and stuff like that, they're high in sugar. They're not necessarily high in caffeine. So Iron Brew's more caffeine than like a Monster. Liter for liter.
It's kind of been why I've been laughing at this whole thing with Coca-Cola trying to get in on the energy drink market. So if you go into a shop now, Marks and Spencer, Waitrose, Sainsbury's, you will find tiny cans, same size as Red Bull. And it's like, oh yeah, we're the caffeine. And it's like, if you actually read through the numbers, you're going to say, yeah, Red Bull is still like twice what you got.
Mm-hmm. Of course, it's just they're trying to cash in it. Those metal models are absolutely cool. I must admit, I do agree, but because I can't actually give them justice, hence the reason why I've not even tried with this. And I've got some indie comics. I got Sentinel comics. I got their ones, and I've got loads of Judge Dredd case files, the omnibus ones. I've got 7. I've got the Rollbusters one as well, which I love. I've got a couple of Johnny Alpha, Strontium Dog ones, miscellaneous other bits and pieces of Judge Dredd, but I do like it. Can't fault anybody who likes it. And yeah, it is an Iron Brew unboxing stream, Big T. I think that's actually quite apt.
I will reiterate in case an Iron Brew professional actually, which is, we're not sponsored by you. We just happen to like your drink. And for me, where I grew up, Iron Brew is basically tasting like another drink that I was familiar with growing up. Usually got left last in the basket because you got the basket with like 28 mixed drinks. It was called Trocadero. But Iron Brew and Trocadero, I love them.
Well,
I will say that there is the unfortunate part that because the work I carried out, fixing fences, herding the sheep, doing whatever, I was usually the last one to get back. So all the good drinks were gone. But I never minded the Trocaderos, nor the Iron Brew. It's just like tastes
yeah.
good.
Well, I grew up with Iron Brew. Basically, before Iron Brew, it was Garvey's Lime. That was a local local Scottish one. Garvey's, and it wasn't like the Bars Lime, which is very pale lime, a pale green. This one was Celtic green or whatever. It basically grass green. That's what the Garvey's Lime looked like. It was grass green.
That's close to nuclear green for me.
Yes, the Hulk green. Yeah, but no, I'm okay with coffees, believe it. I love models. I used to actually build a lot of models and so I did, but I've not been able to for a few years. Eyesight in this, so I'm knackered. And Lego models, yes, I've got one, believe it or not, that I was given. There's the wee figures for him. There's the wee figures for it. It's just a wee aircraft, and I've got the wee figures for it sitting. Don't know where the actual model is. It's probably in a box somewhere, unassembled. But I'll not be able to do it. I've also got a walker and AT-AT. I've got that actually built and standing. It's standing up the very top shelf, so it's only about that size. It's not very tall. I've got the wee model walker. I like them. And what else have we got? Coffee and gin. Now that would work. Although it would be Jack Daniels. I sort of an Irish coffee or an American Tennessee coffee. You want to class it as that? My kids used to love Playmobil. I had the ship, I had the ranch, I had the big house, and miscellaneous other bits. So my three kids I used to spend days building them all. The house, the playhouse, and it was all Playmobil. My kids used to love it. They had a room full of it at one point. I would love the Star Trek Enterprise, but who's paying 500 quid for that? Not a chance. Yeah, well, alcohol always is. Is it the Playmobil Enterprise? It's the 500 quid one, or is it the Lego one? I think it might be the Playmobil one I'm thinking of. That's the one. It's basically take the top off it, and there is the crew. So yeah, that's about £500. Aye, that's the one. The Wicked Blue Alco Pop tastes like Iron Brew. Oh, well, it can't be bad then. $650 American. Yep, that sounds about right. I think they were talking about it in Friday Night Tights. Were they not? It looks amazing, I must admit, but the size of it. A Falcon, Star Destroyer, and an AT-AT. My nephew used to have them on the old figures. He used to have the troop transporter, the AT-AT, the ATST as well. He used to have all those, but he's not got them anymore. Sister gave them away a couple of years ago, so he's knackered. But yeah, I would like to get them all in Lego, but somebody would have to build them for me. Although, as long as it's not the wee tiny bits of Lego, I could still build it. Just means to be bigger. And it is far too expensive. Quite agree with that one. I used to have the X-Wing. So I did. And I had the R2D2 and the C3PO as well. My brother had the TIE Fighter, but they're not Playmobil or they're not Lego. These were actual model kits. Build your own. So I built C3PO. My brother built R2D2, and I had the X-wing, which actually it used to deploy the X-wings, and he had a TIE Fighter, which it was just the gluing it all. Nothing actually used to work on it. I think if something was meant to work in it, he still glued it anyway. He was the type of person that would glue the wheels on a truck so they wouldn't turn, whereas I would actually glue them so they could turn, so I could actually move them without actually having to lift them everywhere. I'm the exact same. Cam, you look at my man cave, and I'm struggling. Look, my DVDs are now starting to double up, so I'm running out of space. I'm actually having to look at things that I might need to remove from my room, which I don't want to do. Too many good stuff. The Enterprise is cool, but coffee buzz, don't know what that is. Get an air duster, you just buzz it and all the air blows up, and then you just hoover the floor. Not that I'm lazy, but I want to start getting some figures hung from my roof to give me some space. Like
that was my temptation with when I got the Flying Dutchman, just have it hang down.
Yeah,
somewhere around here. But I have a ceiling that's 4.5 meters above my head, and this is not going to be my permanent residence. I'm going to move out of this place in 2 years' time, which is why my studio, so to speak, isn't.
Yeah,
that's so
I'm okay. This is my permanent abode, so I could do it. But I've got I want to put my Eagle hanging. I want to put my Viper hanging down as well. I've got my War of the Worlds ship. I want to hang that as well. There is a couple of bits and pieces I want to have hanging, but I want to have all my ships on hanging from the roof. Eventually, it will give me a wee bit of space. Even my Planet Express, I want that hanging from the roof, even though it's tiny. I still want it hanging from the roof, just so I could actually have them hanging just so above my head, so it's not too much. But that's what I need to do.
Yeah, the only thing I could, and I will do this live, it's not going to be geeky or surprising, but I will do this.
Skull Crusher coffee brand sounds delicious. So it does.
There we go.
I've
added the core, and it reads
Thor's meat.
But is it really adding anything?
Aye, it only adds when they're full. When they're empty, they don't. They've already been subtracted.
But that's the point of them. If you get Thor's mead, you should drink him. Although you should only drink one at a time if you ever get them. Because they drink like a cider, but they're twice as strong as wine.
Yeah, see, I'll stick to my Jack Daniels. Single barrel Jack Daniels. That's the perfect bottle. Although it pales into insignificance next to Sinatra blend Jack Daniels. But £150 a bottle, ain't buying that again.
These are I didn't buy it each. So yes, you'll get tipsy. But it's 35 quid a bottle.
35 quid. Well, single barrels, 42 quid a bottle. And I like that. But the Sinatra blend, my friend got me it for my 50th, and that's why I had it. I wouldn't have been able to afford something like that.
Although it's empty, I'll bring another package. What my friends got me for my 42nd birthday.
Right. What have you got? Right, guys. I had the model of the Falcon. My mate built it. It's always ideal. See, there's some of the figures I would like to get. Like I had to get one of my friends to paint one of my new figures, which was, I've showed it before, was that one. I got a full set just so I could get that, and my friend painted it for me. She did an absolutely amazing job. Far better than I think I ever could have at my best.
It looks really amazing.
It is. The
Really
detail
gorgeous.
on it is absolutely amazing, and she managed to do it in such a way that the detail just pops. But I got that for the figure, and then I realised I couldn't do it, so it sat in a box for about a year and a half. And then my friend had actually said she would want to do some painting of figures if I had anything that I could. So I gave her a box. Yeah, that's one. So she painted that one for me, and it just looks amazing.
Hail back to Cam Cam. But here's the bottle my friends got me for my 42nd birthday.
All right, very nice. Do you know, I actually think somewhere I've actually still got my Sinatra blend actual booklet that came with the glass. No. Just goes to show, look, got that about 9-10 years ago. Got that about 9, 10 years
Really nice.
Laurel and Hardy, Ulverston Museum, and it is still untouched. It's still got no paper. But I've got it somewhere, which is just unfortunately it's not here right now, and I don't want to actually spend the whole thing me going through every single drawer I've got just to actually find a wee booklet. It says Sinatra blend, but
it's one trouble I have found, because people know me as the guy with the funny T-shirt. So this one, I know Wendy.
Yeah. I think somebody, I'm trying to remember who it said. Wendy would know. Maybe TS thing was going about how if the hipsters get rid of their beards, there'd be enough padding. Let's see, where is it? It was one of our good lady friends on thing, we just slagging all our beards off. I was going to actually mention about me being a hipster, but I didn't want to. And it was, where is she? Grand Moff Miranda, I think it was. It was either, Wendy will be able to tell us, it's just basically because there was some comment, and I can't remember who it was. There was someone, but I've been chatting, and Grand Moff Miranda was showing off her dice, and I love people still having dice. Love it. I've got loads of dice.
Give me a couple of seconds, because I'm going to give Cam was saying he's always wearing an item. I will give him the necklace I usually wear. So give me a couple of seconds. But keep talking.
I love honey liqueur or a honey whiskey. It's lovely, but it can be a wee bit powerful, shall we say, because you don't realise you're drinking it very fast. Very drunk at a Reading festival one year on honey mead. Well, I think a couple of years ago, when we were abroad, I always used to drink Baileys because I love a lot of Baileys. But I came across this honey whiskey in the place, and I was drinking that, and I got pissed on it. Absolute ratters, shall we say? Terrible.
The honey stuff. So the honey made stuff, whether it's the whiskies or everything, tends to really knock you over. This is for you, Cam.
A honey badger.
No.
A wolf or a bear. It's a bear.
It's a wolf.
It's just because of the angle I'm seeing it at. Very good. But then again, pairing golden eyes wouldn't give it away. That's going to be, but yeah, I used to. I mean, what I've got is I've got the tool thing, so it's basically got the light and it's the magnifier. I've got that with all the wee bits that you slide in for increasing the magnification. I had to get them a few years ago because these didn't do much good. They're okay for reading. You can see how
Yeah,
the
I can see the
magnification,
refraction in the glass.
and
Yeah,
that's only key for reading. But anything detailed like that, I needed a bit more. I used to drink mead, but it was never my favourite because I was more of a whiskey and Jack Daniels, and I was a Malibu man at one point.
Weren't we all? A little bit of coconut, a little bit of pineapple, and
Yeah,
we're just buzzing.
we used to, my dad used to drink it, and I used to drink it. My sisters used to drink it. It was, we would go up and order a boo brew, a boo brew, Malibu, and iron brew, a boo brew. That's what we used to call it, and everybody around about thing we used to know what we were talking about because it was Malibu and iron brew, or as we called it, a boo brew.
I have enough iron brew left this evening, so I'm sure there will at least be a sliver left, just enough. And I got an off license across the street. Pretty sure I can get that.
Yeah. In Windology, it says, I'm not I can't even say that word again. Pronasticating.
I am not
Procrastinating.
procrastinating. I'm doing side
quests. See, I can say the words. It's just every time I go to read it. Yeah, dice are superb. I did a picture of that. Basically, you want to see my dice box when that I showed you a picture with the dice box or the dice.
It's like my ex used to. She could say the horrible snowman. She couldn't say the abominable snowman.
That word that you nearly.
I'm stumbling over the words now. Trying to say
yes. Right,
but she just went abominable. No, not abominable.
I showed this just to show some of my dice in my desk, but do you want to see what it actually looks like with its lid on?
Oh yes, I would so have loved brought that to an MTG doubleheader or something.
Do you know what that initially was? My nephew's got it is a toiletry set. It had shampoo, soap, a cloth, and it was great. So the first thing I thought was, oh, take all that out and put my dice in it. Now, isn't that cool for carting your dice around? That's in my bag for magic. It's got all my dice on it. So that's what that dice box looked like from the outside. You only saw it on the inside, when.
So Cam's just said a mention about the Grimfrost. I'm aware of the Viking clothing company calling themselves something like Grimfrost. The stuff looks gorgeous. It's just not where I'm getting my things from. I just tend to be really patient and I know what I want to get. But yes, the necklace is Fenris, the wolf from the Viking mythology.
I'll need to try that. Honey Jack Daniels and coffee. Sounds nice.
Oh, that'll bowl you over, but you'll stay awake for hours.
Joe Pesci.
What? I do not know.
Was it from?
I do not know you at all, but I get the feeling that this should not surprise me.
See, anytime I think about a Joe Pesci impersonation, I always think about my cousin Vinny. What do you mean, youth? What the youth? And just the way he kept going on about the judge. It's just every time I think Joe, yes, he's got all the other psycho bits, but so you look like a mad scientist.
Yes, just let me take the gel out of my hair, and you'll see like Preacher from what's it called?
Black Lagoon.
Serenity.
But the thing is, couldn't you do here? So I could take.
You see, I got a good front show, but I'm your age, so the back area.
Right.
And when I say thin, very thin.
Well, I'll have you know I've got all the hair I was born with in a box under my bed. Yep. That's my.
Good to have you here, MC. Thanks for watching.
Yes, definitely. Catch you on the next one, and thank you again for watching. And there's my other box.
Now that looks like a proper die box.
It used to have a figure. It used to have a symbol on it, so it did. It was burnt into it, and I had to dust it and sand it all down because it was my old D&D group, and I fell out with them. So I get rid of our logo because I had got this with the D&D group's logo, and I didn't want to buy it. I didn't want to burn a new one on, so I just decided to stickers. And the stickers say, "Sometimes there's nothing you can do, and there will be blood tonight." Is the two metal stickers. That's that one there, and that one.
I have a question. Seeing we've only known each other for a couple of months now. This is what, show 12 or something? So say 3
this
months.
is 13.
Well, about 3 months.
No, sorry, this is 14.
Yeah, oh, 3, maybe 4 months then. Are you the kind of person that have your own die? No one will touch your die.
Nobody's
You're
allowed
the one that rolls them. No one touches them.
Correct. Did you see those ones? The runic.
Gorgeous looking one.
They're runic. And try to get it so it's not too bloody.
No, I like it. And I even saw the hammer on number 5.
Yeah. And I've also got these ones. Wendy will like these ones.
Oh, shit, yes.
That's a tap.
When you missed the best show ever.
There's the number 2, which has got a Dalek, and the number 3.
Do they have actually the proper Gallifreyan? And mind you, I'm the least, again, as I have to say, Doctor Who fan, but I do know Gallifreyan.
Yeah. So you can see that's a TARDIS. It's a Cyberman on 4. Number 5 is K9. And number 6 is a Dalek. So number 1, or you could do 1 or 6, it depends. I usually have my TARDIS as 6 and the Dalek is 1 because it's a critical failure because the Dalek is firing. So I've got a set of them. Don't know where I ended up with. I think I bought them for myself. Can't imagine if anybody bought me them as a gift. But yeah, I do like my dice and my dice box because I've even still got my Dungeons and Dragons magic items still in there from the last game I played, and that was almost a year and a half ago. I'll put that down here. I'll need to get tidied away. And let's go down. So MC, thank you again for joining us. We caught you that one. The stainless steel rat. I like the animation and on the stainless steel rat and the cat in the comics, but I've read a couple of books and I'm not as keen on the books of the stainless steel rat. Sorry. I'm actually talking about comics and Judge Dredd and stuff like that, and I saw stainless steel, and I just automatically put the word rat at the end of it because it was on the 2000 AD. But he's wearing stainless when traveling, so wrong conversation. Cam Tam. Sorry.
But right. he should, in all fairness, expect it.
She did a good
your name is picked
Joe Pesci. She did Utes, that's the one. I love Joe Pesci, and that is one of my favourites. So it is. You're not getting my Dalek in my thing.
You might be in trouble here, PJ.
more dice. It is basically, it's a card game. There is that dice in it. It's got Daleks on 3 sides and Cybermen on 3 sides. And it's basically just a wee game with these wee stands. There is gold and silver stands, Daleks and Cybermen, and they're just basically the cards to fit in it. And it's all about rolling it. It's like a top trump type game, but there's also a dice roll option in it, so you can actually determine it. So, never actually got down to finally reading it, but there's also a wee card game with a Doctor Who dice. One of these days, if I need to do an odds or even, I'm going to take that because it's got 3 Daleks and 3 Cybermen. And that way, instead of saying odds and evens, I can say Cybermen or Daleks.
Right word of caution for you when the die that you can get, whether you play Magic the Gathering, Lord of the Rings, or Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Dungeons and Dragons, there are hundreds and thousands.
Oh God, yes.
Them out there.
Well, see those dice I showed
really quickly.
Well, see those dice I showed on Twitter. When that was only some of my dice. I've got a box. Must be about that by that, and it's clear, and at least half of it's full with dice. That's all my extra spare dice. Plus, I gave a bunch of my dice to my nephews because they were actually for their card games. They'd bought, was it Risk? And half their dice were missing, so I gave them a load of new dice. They'd bought a few games. I think they got them at a charity shop and none of them had dice. So I just basically gave them a big load of dice to go with them. So I had all the sets that they needed, 6-sided. I've even started creating my own dice. You want to see my own dice?
Once you're doing that, I'll respond to Wendy. Dungeons and Dragons, you just need a couple of friends and someone that has a good storytelling voice.
And
that's
when you can play online, Roll20, if you get a load of friends, if you've got a camera and just make an account and a mic, you can basically, the DM controls it. He controls the map and that D20. That's what we used to use. I'm a rubbish DM. But you want to see the dice I made? I had a load of spare extras, so I glued them all together.
Ooh, nice.
So, in
that's
effect,
really nice.
I'm going to actually, when I get more of these dice, I'm going to glue them all again. So it's going to be a 3x3. At the moment, it's only a 2x2. Because I had so many spare dice, I just actually started creating them. So
you see, I'm not completely opposed to Cam's idea here, but I'm a player. I'm not a dungeon master.
See,
and I always choose the most annoying, the tiniest creature that should die at like the first smack of a hammer. Oh wow, that's a really good D20, is it?
Yeah, that was my pommel for my sword for when I did a D&D cosplay. But it's not a D&D dice. It's a spin down counter. It's a Magic the Gathering dice. You can tell it because it starts at 19. At 20, sorry. So you got 20, 19, 18, 17, 16. Then it goes to 15 and goes round. So it's just it's a spin down counter. It's not a proper D&D D20 because they're all randomized around it.
You see, that's how I got started in Magic the Gathering as well. So I used to play for quite some time, and then it's like Dungeons and Dragons. Like, oh hey, you have this useful tool. I have 20 life points. I started to get screwed up when I started building decks. It's like, oh, suddenly I have 98 hit points.
Yeah.
It's like, whoopsie.
Yeah.
I don't have a die for it.
I would love to do a D&D stream, but I'm not a dungeon master. That's the problem. Somebody would have to run it properly, and I would be happy to host it with them.
You see, if we gave the critical drinker a really good script, but we would have to have someone. I think maybe Mandy Summers, or maybe Mandy Summers to be like the controller. That would probably be a really good one. I think Purple Valkyrie would be an awesome moderator for it because, I can't say I know the critical drinker as an individual, but I think he would definitely like try to push it
Well, do you
the
know what we
furthest
need
he
to do?
could.
We'll need to speak to some of these people who come on our streams. Ian, the mega geek, who goes on the big streams with the big boys. Him and Dan and all that were on with Bolstrek and Nerdotic talking Doctor Who. And I was sitting there thinking, he's been on my stream. My under 100 user stream, he was on it, but he's on with Nerdotic with these hundreds of thousands of users thing. And I thought, there you go. But then again, good thing is, my chats, I see them in all the streams that I enjoy, so it's always fun because we can chat in all the streams. But I would love to do a D&D stream. If somebody would DM it, I would be jumping on. I've got my level whatever needed goblin. I've got a goblin. I'm a big goblin, but I love goblin. Same as my goblin. I love goblin decks and magic. I've got my favourite one, which I'm trying to bling out, all foils. I'm at less than a third of the way there, but still going to take me. It's 100 cards, so it takes me a wee while. However, I've got my snark. I like my character snark so much. My D&D token goblins are snarks. I created them, so I did. Yeah, I'm that sad. So,
It's not sad for me. It's
just
you develop the character. That's a character that exists from you.
I play
It has its personality. It has everything, and that's what I think is the greatest thing around Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
Or if you played any of the other things. Something I did, and this is probably a good 25 years ago. I was trying to bring a friend in to play Dungeons and Dragons version light, and I rolled tiny female, as in 3 foot tall female, what's it called? The Dark Crystal. If you think of them, the tiny ladies, that was my character. But he wanted to come in and create like this tall barbarian, super strong and everything. But he didn't realize that when you create your character in this particular version of Dungeons and Dragons, you roll your die and you get certain traits.
Yeah.
And you can roll your die a few more times, but for every +1 you get 2 minus. So he ended up being a 5 foot albino, daylight blind barbarian. That was a tracker. That was an absolute failure at his job.
Yeah.
That is the character who goes, everybody around the table, I want to play that character. Even I. There was like 10 of us around the table. It's like, I want your character.
Yeah. I think maybe, but that's my magic, my favourite character. That's Krenko Mob Boss for my Magic the Gathering, right? Within it, you've got your bog standard goblin tokens, right? And there's Snark.
Is that Magic the Gathering?
That's
Really?
Magic the Gathering. Basically, that's my Krenkle deck. That's just 2 of the
But
tokens.
the last one you had to show me, that must be a token card or something.
These are token. That's a goblin token, and that's the goblin token I created to represent. So that the name up there is Snark. So I created a goblin token instead of using those ones. I've got Snark because I like my goblin character. That's my deck there. So it's, but that's what I was only showing it is because I love my playing a goblin character. I've got about 7. They always end up very. They always, even if they're all called Snark, there's about 7 different variations of them.
Just give a response to Cam. I've
DMing
been
is
a supporter of Purple Valkyrie's channel for about a year now.
Yeah.
I don't know how long. I do not know her. I have no direct connection with the lady. I think she's amazing. But if you want to reach out to her, she does streams Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. She's usually very approachable, and if you say hi,
I've been in a lot of I've been in her streams just in the chat, but usually when it's running, I'm usually working, so I'm usually just listening. So very rarely I comment on a lot of the streams because I'm doing it when I'm listening and when I'm working. So it's a case of it's on one screen in the background when I've got other stuff on the screen. So I don't.
I do find that so sad because her streams are usually when I'm rounding off at work. So it's like I'm trying to catch them, but I can't pay attention to them too much. But
yeah, but I've chatted to Purple and that in the chat. She's chatted back and stuff like that. But yeah, I would love to do a DD. Anybody can get somebody to actually host the one. Count me in to be there. I'll be a regular one there. Definitely. I used to play it. We used to play it online. And so we did when the pandemic stopped everybody leaving their house. We played it online. One of my friends used to actually be the DM and he had an account and you could create a free account on G20. And it was fun. It was. I'm just trying to see. Hold on. Right. Roll20. It's not D20. It's called Roll20 is the website. You can register an account for free. Make a character. It's case sensitive. Doesn't like my login. All right.
I would say so. I'm responding to Cam's comment.
Yeah.
If you have an idea, I mean, Purple seems perfectly happy to bring on people to chat, talk. She's very approachable in that way. I can't say that she would absolutely just like say hello to everybody, but she's definitely seemed to be like this humble, genuine person. I like her streams, but I have no connections to her. I have no knowledge of who she really is, so I can't say anything beyond that. All I know is that she's perfectly happy to say hello to everybody that comes to her stream.
Purple's actually really cool to actually, so she is. I must admit.
Yeah.
So I'm actually just having to it's actually, I've been logged into my account. Right, so I'm logged in. So where did I change?
I'll let you hunt for that while I'm doing something quietly in the background.
There's my default character. Right? Hold on. I'll have to share it and stop sharing it because I don't want to put too much information out. So that's my character icon. We're doomed because unfortunately I need to actually put in a new password.
I love it.
I need to put in a new password. Changes. I just want to see if I can dig out. Right, so home. Mad Mage and the one shot that was only 2 it was in. But my account community, where is it? So if you go into just, let's say, for instance, one of the old games we had up and running, you can see it's just basically, you can launch the game, and it's just to give you an idea. I've just launched the game just to actually see, because it's no running, it's no supported in this browser, but it's to give us an idea of how it's set up. So we'll do a quick share screen and share. Right. So as you can see, I've got my there's my sheet there with the bits, and that's the communication and talking to each other. You have got your character map and things that are happening. Obviously, because the main guy it's actually running it isn't there, so I can show my sheet, handouts. That's the chat, handouts, information. Right, where's the?
Oh, it still looks good though.
Right.
I will
And
give
then
that.
you go. There's your character sheet there. Look. That was for one of my characters called Blag.
Really?
Yeah. And
really?
he was a barbarian fighter. He wasn't, and he had a bit of rogue, but he was called Blag. And there's your character sheet. You create your character sheet, then you just transfer it from when you've created it in Dungeons and Dragons to here. And then as you're playing, you can actually tell it. So in the chat, you can tell it to roll a d6. So you could do /R E6. Right. Or /roll is /1d6, right? And then it'll tell you it's rolling the dice, and there's what the dice rolled. And it's things like that. So you can actually do all the rolling here, or else you could actually just, if you got a camera, roll the dice and just tell the DM what you rolled, but you can tell it in here to do it. So this is actually quite good. And even within the map, you can actually get your character to move. If you net, what one's my character? There's my character. So you can get them to move. See it within it. So stuff like that, you can get your character, you can move your character around the map, depends how much space you've got. So it's actually, that is a good starter app for using to play the game. But it's one of those ones you just need to get used to playing it. And if you've got someone who has used it before, they can talk you through bits and pieces. But it's a good start. Right, where were we? If I lost... just in case I've actually lost where we are, because the problem is this stream jumps. I wouldn't approach her unless we had a plan to do so. What I would love to do is actually even organise, see if we can get who would be interested. We would need, if we were going to do a D&D panel, it would be a starter's guide, I suppose. Let people see us learning to play. Some people already got knowledge, some people are learning, some people will have a bit more understanding of it. But it's one of those ones we can start a campaign. I'm rubbish at DMing. I know I'm rubbish at DMing. It's just because any campaigns I've done, they were just effectively a big slogfest because I like my characters fighting. Whereas the other ones we've been in, we've had ones that's been a lot of role play in certain parts. There's been fighting in certain parts. There's been magic, and the fighters don't get a chance. Or sometimes there's things like competitions. So it's all to do with dice rolls. Like, for instance, you play darts. So what you have to do is roll your dice and take your dexterity into account, and that depends where you land on the board. The nearer you get to a certain number, the thing, it's things like that. So it's not necessarily darts, but it's all to do with how close you get to the bull. So there's competitions like that we did in Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that.
You see, I like the DMs that have been I've been playing with, and they've been going, don't show me your card, but I will judge that you say you want to conduct this action. I do not know your numbers, and I'm gonna put, you have to roll 3 die, and you need your number or above to succeed for dexterity, or for luck, or for charisma, or whatever the
The good thing is basically the DM knows what things need to be rolled to pass the test. So, like for instance, you could be a high dex rogue, but you would need 28 to pass. You might have an initiative or a dexterity modifier of 9, which means you would need to have a 19 or a 20 to pass that. So you still need a high enough roll. And sometimes the only way you can succeed in something is if you roll a 20 because it's a critical pass. But sometimes even a critical pass wouldn't get you through. It depends on how well. If the judgment was no matter what, only certain type of people can pass a particular roll, then they're the ones that pass it. So the other, like you couldn't have a barbarian try to pick a lock. He could roll a natural 20. It doesn't mean the lock's going to get picked if the lock's difficult. No matter what, you wouldn't actually say, oh, you just looked into it. No, because it's something you would need significance. So you would need...
That's a good DM for you.
Exactly.
You rolled 2 die. You rolled the maximum number you could get.
Yeah.
You should have been successful. And because they do have a story in mind, they would still go, your character shouldn't have passed this, so I'm gonna block that particular path, but you can still solve it. There's still stuff you can do, but they won't tell you. They will let you explore what you can do. You're trapped in a dungeon room, castle, whatever it is. That's, for me, is what a really good DM is doing. It's like, oh, you did do perfect, but you're just not right to solve it. It could have been the cleric in your team.
Yeah.
The cleric in your team could have rolled like 2 double 2s. They would have solved it.
Yeah.
And that is what, for me, is a really good DM. But if the cleric would have rolled Snake Eyes, it was like,
yeah,
I have to invent another path for the story to go ahead.
Yeah. There, Cam says he's a troglodyte. I want to see people roll. That's what's good about Roll20, because even if you've got dice in front of you, if you type it into the chat, the /roll, and tell them like 1d6 or 1d20 or 2d20, then what it does is it tells you the roll from each of the dice. Everybody sees that. So that's what's good. So even if you've got physical dice, you can still do it on the app that everybody can see what you've rolled, because you can't manipulate it, because your stats, you can actually say, you can do things like roll it, and then everybody, you can actually, people can view your character sheet at any point. So it's not as if a case of, oh, but I've got a dex of 19, so basically I pass. It's no, that's not how it works. The DM knows everybody's character sheets, and there's certain times you can actually view other people's character sheets, and it's to stop people cheating. But if you're playing in a group of friends, you shouldn't cheat, because sometimes if you roll a 1, it's funnier than when you roll a 20.
No, but that's where proper dungeon master comes in. It's, oh, you absolutely failed. You crashed and burned on the scroll. And but they make it part of the story. It's like, oh, that didn't work. You were trying to hit them on, hit the massive cave troll in the Achilles heel.
Yeah.
But you hit nothing but dirt.
Right.
And then they bake it into a story and make it It's like, oh, but your dexterity allowed you to roll away. By the way, roll for dexterity.
Yeah.
If you roll less than your dexterity, you rolled away. The cave troll didn't even notice that you fumbled completely.
Right. Well, when I'm going to put this in, this is one of the ones that I like. He's a young guy. Basically, he does a lot of DMing, and he has got a stream with his friends. Some of the stuff he does is higher level, but he has got a lot of wee videos about starting D&D and how to run a campaign. But he also does wee silly sketches like what would happen if you put a gun in it, and it's wee silly sketches. But he has got a lot of different things in it. It's called XP to level 3. And his playlists, he's got ones on dumb videos, the Wizard Sagas, learning with Critical Role. So he talks about how Critical Role taught people how to play, and then he's also got D&D tips and stuff like that, and how to play. He's got a how to play playlist which has got how to play a rogue, a barbarian, a warlock, a bard, a blood hunter, wizard, druids, mystics. He's got a lot of things about how to build up, even how to play the dungeon master. So he's even got things like that, and it's just a case of it's his just experience as dungeon master, playing a dungeon master and playing it. Some of his stuff I just go, nah, can't be bothered, because the jokey stuff I can't be bothered with. But sometimes I like watching when he's actually building it, because he talks about things like, well, I built this campaign to do this, but my players didn't do that, because I built it up around this question, and most of them went that way instead of coming up to the place where I was expecting them to ask the question, so I could gear them towards this thing. And he ended up doing a side quest which has nothing to do with the big main quest, which he had to amend to do something else, because your players don't always do what you want them to do, and things like that. So it's getting used to that, and that's
But I have DM'd a couple of times. I always find that my minions, if you want to call it that, they just run off on, like you said, side quests.
Yeah.
Like, I have no story. I have no plans. It's like, oh, you decided to break into the bank. You had money. You don't need the money. You just went across the city to break into the bank. That's right. Okay, I'm rolling with what the players want to. But then it's like, how do I try to steer them back to a story they need to get done?
Yeah. And I'll put another one in the list, right? In the play, this is Viva La Dirt League. They do a number of different things. When they do skits mainly, they do like the D&D logic skits. So, like for instance, the rogue will come up and go, and I've sneaked up, move out the way. The barbarians stand there going like that. I will in a minute. Move out the way so I can shoot. I will in a minute. Just move out the way and I can get a perfect. I will in a minute. Don't you understand the logic? And he goes, right, okay, it's my turn. Step out the way. Now shoot. I can't. It's not my turn. And it's stuff like that. So they do the silly skits like that. They've got ones for Souls logic. It's a game. It's Souls. There's ones for Battleground. There's ones for Red Dead logic. First person shoot 'em up.
Is this Viva La Dirt League?
Yes, that's it. That is it. But they've also got a playlist called NPC Dungeons and Dragons, where they take their characters from Viva La Dirt League and use them in a Dungeons and Dragons game. And most of the people aren't Dungeons and Dragons people, so they're learning how to play it. It's another one that I've put in just so you hang me. Yeah. But the yeah. But it's just a case of, it's one of those things. I've been playing on and off. I played Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. I played GURPS. I played D&D version 4. I played D&D version 5. I played Warhammer. I played fantasy. I played even the one-on-one, the Mordheim single character campaigns within Mordheim. In effect, it was Warhammer's version of Dungeons and Dragons. It was called Mordheim, and you played your single character against a group of other characters, but you had to actually build it around a story. And it was that type of thing. So I've done that for on and off, but the problem is so many interests, so many things go in, and so many things go. So the old expression is, I've probably forgot more things than I've learned.
Oh, that's so very true when it comes to the Dungeons and Dragons. And I've tried so many versions of them. I don't even remember. There was Eon.
Yeah.
They actually did build a good character universe, but it was still the same premise.
Yeah.
It's whoever tells the story, they want you to find out the story. And again, this, for me, in my experience, it's a sign of a true storyteller. It's they have a plan of what's to happen, but they will just build your starting point, and from your starting point, you can go any direction you want to, and they will weave it in to the story.
And that's the best way the things are for that. I'm just actually trying. There's a few other ones that I use, but they do a lot of board games, but they also do Dungeons and Dragons type games, and some of them are quite good at teaching. But the easiest thing to do is see if you're looking for something. Just do a search in YouTube, how to play did it, and it'll give you a basic breakdown. Yeah, but the problem is I'm a rubbish DM. I know, I've tried it. All my thing. I always got the. Can we actually stop fighting, because I want a rest so I can actually redo all my spells and do it. But I like fighting in my campaigns. So when I'm doing a campaign, I usually do a one shot where you're entering a dungeon and you have got 8 hours to complete it, which means you get no long rests. So people have to go, well, I can't use all my spells because I might need them in 10 minutes or 15 minutes. And that's why. So as a one shot, sometimes it's just a case of fight, which is not a good way to learn. It's just a slogfest when I do them, and it's only because I like that aspect of it, and I know how to do that. But you want someone who is a good DM who can guide you. I'm not.
You see, I always got complimented for the planning of people having to use their resources without disclosing it. So you had a useless conjure water, but feeling refreshed and refined and saying, oh, you get 2+ on your vitality or your strength roll because you're feeling refreshed. The people I played with never contemplated that. It's like, oh, I have these numbers. And it's like, no, you just had a nice soak in a volcanic spring. You're really refreshed. You are really, really good. But people didn't like that.
I've had that issue with a campaign, right? One of my characters was, his backstory was he was a goblin. Surprise, surprise. But his family had been killed by dark sorcerers so their blood could be used in making spells and dark rituals, right? So that was my character's backstory, right? And then we came across a vampire, and the vampire asked us to sell him some blood. So they were wondering why my character attacked him, which caused a fight which killed my characters and 2 others before the vampire was overwhelmed. And I sat and thought, well, did you read my backstory? I'm not going to give my blood to anything because my family was all killed to do blood rituals, and you'd expect me just to hand this vampire blood so he could make my do blood rituals. And then they wondered why my character attacked him out of the blue. They says, couldn't we have talked to him? Really? Did anybody read my character, understand what my character's background is? But the thing is, because I attacked him out of the blue, 2 of the characters refused to fight, so they sat back. And you're sitting there thinking, did he actually even realise what their characters are? And that's the problem. If you've got good dynamics in your thing, if you've got someone who doesn't understand certain aspects of it, so the ones that refused to fight, they sat out. They were the only 2 that survived because we get killed by this. But the DM should have actually understood that it would have been better to do it if my character wasn't there rather than do it when my character was, because of the backstory, and then wondering why I attack. But it's that type of thing. So
it still comes down to the DM.
Group, I would say, was a lot better for that because they actually understood that where each other's characters were coming from. So
but it still comes down to the character, the judgment of the DM. Because
that
I'll go on extreme side missions, and the DM is just going, "Can you please stop this now? Because you're hogging the story. That if we're playing your arc line, this is gonna take hours, and nobody else is gonna get to play. So let's just say that my preference of tiny creatures, they've experienced stuff that nobody should ever do. But even so, it's like,
yeah,
you gave that as an opening. And it's like, a bank vault? I have 20 gold on me. Bank vault, 200,000 is right there for the grabbing. You told me there's a bank vault to go and get.
Yeah.
And if I'm playing a thief, a rogue, a scoundrel, of course I'm going to try and go and get that 2,000 times whatever money I have. But they just gone, no, that was just like environmental, like this is what's around you. You're supposed to go that way. It's like, I'm going that way because there's a lot of money that way. That way, there's no money.
But that's the thing. It's a case of a good guide will make that fun. And that's why I'm not a good dungeon master. I'm terrible at it. But I'm just looking to see if there was any other. I've got about 10 or 15 on my list, but it's one of those ones that when they pop up, I remember them. But see, try to remember the links to their groups. But another one is the famous one is the one that Cam mentioned, Critical Role. They did 2 big campaigns. They're long campaigns. They are something like 4 or 5 hours over per session, and you're talking about 20 to 25 sessions. It's a long time, and that's only for season 1, and I'm sure they did 2 seasons. I can't remember if they did.
I used to love that as a kid.
So did I, but I think the second one, it just got to the point where they were more interested in the characterization rather than the Dungeons and Dragon aspect of it. That's the part I stopped watching it, is when the first season was good because they did character development, and they would do a lot of, they had battles and they had role play, whereas the second one, it was almost too much role play, not enough that, and it was almost taken out of the realms that these guys are all professional actors, so it was to let them act rather than that. And that was the only reason I stopped watching. But the first season is definitely superb. And that's Critical Role. But Guerrilla Miniatures, they do Warhammer and stuff like that. They do Blood Bowl. So they do Harry Potter Adventures. They do a lot of board type games you might be interested in, Jim. They do Hero Quest. I'm trying to see if they've got any Dungeons and Dragons. No, it's painting miniatures, creating boards, and actually playing the game. So they've got a lot of Warhammer games. They've got a lot of Warhammer Quest, Mordheim, Space Hulk, Hero Quest. They've got Age of Sigma, Warhammer 40,000, Necromunda. I love the Necromunda. That's the reason I'm on it, because I'm a big Necromunda fan. I love that. Used to have a big Necromunda hive, but you might like that. It's miniature. It's called Guerrilla Game. I'll put that.
Send me the link, please.
I'll put it in the chat just in case anybody else is interested in it as well. So it's in the chat rather than private chat, so you should be able to get it from there. So, and I'm just trying to think. I know he does unboxings of games and such like. So he's
just allow me a few moments. I'll grab a few more items from the beginner package. Again, I don't know really what they mean, but I like the "Let's get you hooked on Warhammer."
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well. Cam, I do like. I used to. I loved tabletop war games, and watching the one with the captain should be fun. That should be fun. It should definitely be fun. But anyway, what we're going to do, I'm going to have to round up shortly. It's can't be as big a stream because I've still got stuff to do. But what I'm going to do a wee segue, because D&D sounds great, but I'm going to look into more information, see if I can find ways of playing it, a better ways of doing it. I know there's ways you should be able to do it, but if we could get somebody to DM for us, we should have fun creating a campaign once a week, once a month, whenever, just so we can play and stream it, so we can actually grow at it and get better. Because the more you play it, the better you get, and you might actually realize you enjoy DMing. I know I'm rubbish at it, so I think, but I'm going to stick to show a movie from my collection that I enjoy, and it is a nice old classic. Ealing Studios' Whiskey Galore. Not the remake. The remake with Greg Fisher is an okay movie, but not as good as the black and white classic. This one was 1940s and 50s. It was set around the 1940s. So it was filmed in the 1950s, and I think it was 1954. You can't see the date on it. That is a fun movie. It's about a ship running aground near the islands in Scotland, and the locals, because of taxes on alcohol, think they've got a windfall, so they basically hide it all, and then the government send the taxmen, or not taxmen, they're called what are they called? The revenue men. Basically, they're going to get the whiskey back, or they're going to get the tax, the places. So Gordon Jackson's in it. So it's James Robert Justice and Gordon Jackson's in this. Fantastic movie. I would definitely recommend it. So that is my collection for this week, my new bits and bobs for this week, and D&D. Now I want to play more. I really, really want to play more. So I do.
So do I, because I just picked up.
Well, look, if I go, where is it?
It's the introduction book to.
I gave believe it or not, I gave all my D&D Warhammer stuff away. My Dungeons and Dragons.
Well, the thing is, I've always loved the visual representation, seeing the video games, the tutorials, the movies. There's even I'm not sure. She might be a Canadian girl or something. She's got a very whispering voice, but she explains miniature miniature gaming to a teeth, and she has such a passion for it. It's like it's really enjoyable, and that's basically the reason I picked it up again, because I did used to play with the really big ones, but God, I had to save up for weeks on end before I could afford the big creatures so that you could do something on the board. So I'm technically starting from scratch again. Lots of research. Looking forward to it. Good night and take care. Good night, Wendy. Night, Darren.
And Big Team Already could have easily been on, but you can guarantee there would have been bits cut. So it would have been.
Well, I would love to see British Broadcasting Corporation try to take on the Warhammer universe.
No, I'm just
so
Whiskey Galore was a great the Ealing Classic. There was the Big Team Lord, was it the Ealing Classic or the one with Gregor Fisher? It was about 10, 15-year-old. The Whiskey Galore, they'd more than likely have shown that one rather than the classic one. And the classic one is far superior. Because there's one with that one there, which is the classic's 1954. I'll need to actually double check. Let me see. I've actually got it here. Movies, Whiskey Galore. There's two versions, A6. 2.6, A6.
Whilst he's away, I'm just going to go. I'm so envious of his man cave, because did you see how long it took for him to just like walk down the aisle?
That's actually... It's not that bad, you.
Well, I'm still looking for a place where I can actually move my proper studio set into, where I can do the funny noises, the cheers, the calls, and it doesn't distract. I mean, I have a complete soundboard, but all I really use it for is to make my voice sound slightly better than it does in real life.
I see. Oh, okay.
Right. If you're not back in 3 seconds, I'm gonna play 9277.
Oh, I just dropped something. That's the other one. So you've got the two versions of Whiskey Galore. So you've got the one, Gregor Fisher, and it's got what do you call him?
You see, I like the montage on that left hand. Well, for you it would be right hand side.
Yeah. Well,
where there are multiple people.
Yeah. Well, that one there has got Gregor Fisher, Eddie Izzard. Well, they're the two biggest names. There is a lot of other smaller names in it, but this one here has got James, Robert Justice, and Gordon Jackson. So you can see the difference in the two. One of them, black and white, 1950 odds, and the other one is 2000 odds, I think. But that one there is probably the one that was on the TV rather than that one. I could have been wrong.
And probably,
Believe it or not, I'm Scottish, I'm male, I'm known to be wrong more times than I'm right. So I'm. So I'll just leave that out there. So what I'm going to do, we're going to have to finish up. I've got stuff to do first thing in the morning. And after the last scare in a Sunday morning, I try and actually make it so I'm not completely knackered when I wake up, because the last one I had was when my wife actually woke up with
all you need
appendicitis.
When you wake up in the morning, just put a couple of pints of that and you're done.
Yeah. The revenuers here in the States chase moonshiners and or craft brewers and alcohol for not paying taxes. Well, this is initially set in the 1940s, 1930s, 1940s. So they were all, it was the revenue who were going to get the taxes or return that. It wasn't a case of they were doing it for moonshine because it was stuff that had washed up. So yeah. There's luckily enough no moonshiners, although if somebody made their own beer, as long as they weren't selling it, they didn't have an issue with it. And let's see, what else? You too, Cam, and Night, thanks for joining us. And Big T Moore. Sure, it's the Ealing one. If it was, that's unusual. Load of classic week. Well, that's perfect. I hope you have, because it is definitely, to me, it's one of the funniest. I'm watching that tomorrow, actually. I'm watching that, and I'm going to watch a bit more Community. So
I have audiobooks to still catch up on.
I'm
feeling slightly let down.
So the thing is, I'm less than halfway through The Great Hunt. I'll finish that next week because I'm back at work. So that's that's about 6 hours just driving this week. So I'll get that finished this week, just driving to and from work. So
this is where, sadly, Wendology left us probably a few minutes ago, but I like the voice actors because there's male and female voice actors doing different chapters, and they do it well. So if you're still watching, because you said you did like it, I like the mix-up of characters.
Critical Role is good for that when you're watching it. D&D is because of their voice actors, they get right into it. When you're watching other ones where they're people playing, they're just being themselves, and occasionally they'll do their voice for their character. Like me, when I'm playing Tiburon, one of my goblin characters, I'll do a lot of, I'll go, Tiburon, because he doesn't speak common. He speaks goblin.
And as long as those are brilliant aspects of it. And
so
I believe there is a guy that carries it, the Guinness Book of World Records of the most distinguished characters. And I believe it's actually attached to Game of Thrones, but it is someone you would not expect. I may misremember it or remember it incorrectly, but it's like first name escapes me now, but Shepherd is his last name, and you know his voice from Babylon 5. He has that.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I know who you are talking about. I can't remember his name, but I know exactly the guy you're talking about.
He has the record for playing the most distinguished character, as in separate characters from Game of Thrones, reading the audiobooks. It's like 250 plus. And they say you can definitely tell the difference between the characters. And
Yeah.
it's like, holy
Yeah.
crap. Because I would think
Definitely,
if you have
see,
that deep
that's when you've
voice,
got a good actor. But I will need to actually finish up, guys. Big Timor, Cam, Windology, thank you for joining us. And who else had we tonight? We did have a few earlier on.
we had MC as well.
We had MC. Yes, we did. And we had the captain popped in for a wee while. We had Not Brian Young. We had... There was another one. Where is it? See, the thing is, where I sat, it doesn't. It only goes so far, and that's it. It doesn't go any further. But guys, thank you very much for joining us. We will try and work out if we can do a D&D stream. We need to find somebody that could do a DM. I'm okay with hosting it, but somebody has to.
It needs to be a DM. I will not DM because
I cannot DM. I'm rubbish at it. I'm okay.
I can DM, but I will say I will not DM because it's like herding cats.
Yeah, I couldn't even do that. I'd be like a mouse herding cats. That's usually how bad it would be. But thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, lads and lassies. And remember, I ain't old. I'm classic. PJ maybe and Jim the Viking out.
Live long and prosper.
Ta-da.